What is up, everybody? Welcome to the second Friday night fights. We are getting warmed up. The server is already running. The delay is queuing. Right now, I've got about 300 seconds, however that math works out, before you guys will, I don't know, I guess before it technically goes live. But that is to help protect the somewhat integrity of the game as much as we can. So we already have the server seated up and ready to go. We are getting ready for that first match, which I'm pretty stoked for. It'll be happening here in a minute. We've got a bunch of awesome folks already in the server, including, let's see who's all in here. We've got DS, we've got TWS, RTB, Unnamed, GMG, EP, KOF, tons of folks already queuing up the server. I think we had 60 people in as soon as the server rolled to the seed layer, which is incredible. So thank you all for the support and the love. I really do appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed the event. We are going to likely be broadcasting about 4 rounds tonight as a part of Friday Night Fights. And if you're unfamiliar, this event is meant to be an opportunity for folks to get in on some relatively competitive games and have some fun with the community. Various teams and communities have been invited. But overall, this is the second one we're doing. It's a pretty heckin' good time. We had really great feedback after the first one, so we knew we were going to do 2. I think we're going to do some more of these in the near future. These are scheduled events. They are not weekly or bi-weekly or anything like that. They're scheduled. Hopefully, could be like a month and a half apart, something 2 months, once every 2 months, something along those lines is I think what we're looking at currently, or at least the trend we're establishing. So if you haven't already, you can obviously follow the YouTube channel, which we're live streaming on, or the Twitch channel to get info here and there. You can join the Unnamed Discord. You can also get an Friday Night Fights role via that Discord and help support the event and keep up to date on everything. So I appreciate you guys being here to hang out. If you are in Twitch, we have an emote for Friday Night Fights. You can throw that up. I'm hoping the mods can get some a few predictions so you can use some channel points and all that jazz, and then we'll be hopping to it pretty shortly here. Again, if you guys didn't know, I'm also recording these, so if you want to check it out later, I'm trying to make VODs of these, kind of like shoutcasted, for some fun opportunities to help players see like a little bit elevated gameplay, and experience that if they weren't able to make it, and talk about some of the strategies, some of the things happening, and some of what these players are doing. So it's a good time, again, open to the public, but heavily broadcast to teams, communities, and that such. So pretty heckin' awesome experience to be able to host this. And we do have support from a lot of awesome communities, teams, and of course Off-World as well to some extent, because they let me post in that Discord and try to get people in here. And I think that's why we've seeded this thing in probably record time. We beat our seed of last time, which was sub 30 minutes, and now we are I don't know, it's going really quick these days. There was no seed phase, which is amazing. All right, guys, we're just about 2.5 minutes away from the first match. I'm hoping everything works with the YouTube and the Twitch stream today. We had a little bit of issues with the YouTube stream the last time, but I'm thinking I got that remedied. If not, you guys can find us on Twitch. We'll be there. We know that works as far as I can tell. But again, welcome in, guys. If you have any questions, throw them in chat, but there is a delay, so I don't know how responsive I'll be. This is largely, again, a shoutcast of the matches. It's a good time. And again, big shout out to all the communities taking part. I named them earlier that have gotten in here early to hang out, which is incredible. Very, very blessed to see so many people coming out to this. It really does mean a lot, and I hope that you guys enjoy the opportunity. We have a queue of over 20 people, 27 people right now, I think, if I read that correctly. That is nuts. Absolutely nuts. We're about to roll onto the first map. We'll get it going. I'm gonna go ahead and switch the screens over. Hopefully I've done all this correctly. All right, guys, welcome in. We are seating on Samari for a minute. It's about to be over, about to roll for the first map, which we'll get to here in a second. Let me go ahead and pause the music so we can just enjoy the gunshots. Probably got to go ahead and mute that. All right, guys, the first map is Kokan, AAS V2. It's a little bit smaller map, less reliant on armor. This is going to be a nice little warm-up of infantry play, something that I think I wanted to highlight a little bit more after the first event. Just trying to get some opportunities for folks to see a little bit more infantry play, hopefully advanced infantry play, and how that plays out in this environment. Now, hopefully, I have everything set up. I'm excited to see if the YouTube and everything is operational. That would be really great if everything just clicks on the way it's supposed to. Any second now. And next time, I'll try to get the stream on time for the 7 p.m. Eastern start. But, guys, I hope you enjoyed tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for hanging out. In case you are lurking or just popping in at the very beginning, I appreciate you. Discord is going to get pinged here in a moment for the live event to start. So, again, thank you all for taking the time to be a part of it, and I really appreciate it very, very much. All right, now it's time to see if everything clicked on. Hopefully YouTube is running. Everything's running. Woo! I guess we did it. Amazing. All right. As I mentioned, we have Kokan for the first map. This is going to be a interesting, a little bit smaller, kind of, I don't want to say close quarters, but a little bit tighter battle. A lot of the maps we picked for the first week were a little bit more open, wider engagements, armor, infantry, a little bit of it all. This is going to be a little bit more infantry focused. We have the MEA going up against Insurgents. We've got TWS, RTB, DS. We've got Unnamed, EP, GMG, and KOF, and several other tags. We've got CB, GNL, all over the place. Thank you again, guys, for coming out to be a part of it. Now, as for my expectation, I think this is going to be a rush. This is a straight line of flags. It would not shock me if we see a pretty big combat zone around Hyena Road pretty early. Should be a time. We also, I'm kind of interested to see how many teams are going to try to wrap around and get behind and try to cause a little bit of chaos. This should be kind of interesting, again, because we have some advanced players diving in. There's going to be an interesting set of layers tonight that I think are going to be a little bit challenging for some groups to figure out early what they want to do, what they want to commit to. There's not going to be much hiding. That should be a little bit of a sneaky way of telling you what to expect this evening. I'll be shoutcasting from the admin cam, so you'll be able to see a lot of what's happening in different areas. It should be a good experience. I'm going to be on the side of the MEA for this. So all blue is going to be MEA, Middle Eastern Alliance. The other team is going to be represented in red as Insurgents. Each team starting off with 250 tickets. In terms of vehicles, we have a BMP-2 going up against a BMP-1 and a BRDM. Both teams technically have a BRDM. We got some technicals, Ural, logistics, semiology. There's a little bit of speed there. They also got some bikes. Should be an interesting rollout, to say the least. We are 1.5 minutes away from the start of the round. And as you can see, there's not a ton of places to hide. You do have some fields, open areas. It can create a little bit of a time. You do have these small clusters of buildings. And again, we'll go over here. You can see the middle point, which is pretty open. It should make for some interesting fights. There's going to be some distance used with some of these buildings. It doesn't shock me, too, if teams start to build things like towers to help block out some shots. And I'm sorry, to help get some advantage in shooting. But you have a straight line of objectives here from Nova Isle, the Nest, Hyena Road, District Center, and Nexus. So we'll see which teams decide to go in for the race down the middle lane. I'm sure we're going to run into contact early. It'll be interesting to see who survives that and who gets a little bit deleted, maybe. We are now 30 seconds from the first round of Friday Night Fights, number 2. If you guys haven't checked it out, I've posted 3 VODs from the first night. We're going to be posting VODs from tonight over the next few weeks, hopefully. But I'm really looking forward to some good fights, some good matches. You'll be able to hear a little bit of command chat when able. I might need to turn it down a little bit. And I'm going to be talking about what's going on, what's happening, and shoutcasting the best I can. But of course, I'm always trying to figure out how to improve that. So this is only the second time I've really shoutcasted. And now we have the kickoff of the match. We have the MEA rolling out of their main here. A ton of DS on this team. Also RTB and TWS all hanging out on this side. We've got the Samir Lodgies, these little Jeeps driving out here. Lodgies not far behind. Bunch of Samirs rolling out. BMP2 looks like it's going to stay on the eastern side. So let's go ahead and start shifting more towards the middle of the map. You can see we're going to have that middle lane of traffic. A lot of folks tend to like to try to get this eastern side just to cause a little chaos. It can be a way to sneak up, maybe, if it's undefended. Let's see. We've got a bike over here on the coast. Ooh, we got a vehicle. A transport, I think, sneaking around over here on the far side. Humvee with an HMG strapped on the top here, riding down the middle lane. Let's see if this is the first bit of combat. Looks like they are not going to quite align right off the bat. So it looks like the Insurgents are going to favor the middle lane. Oh, there's the first shots. Engaging. That bike. Oh, they were able to get out, it looks like. Between you and me, Colonel. All right, so Insurgents are here, sitting just north of Hyena Road. They have early access to the mid-cap. You got some contact out here on the west side. MEA is holding a little bit more in terms of weight of people here near District Center. A whole group of Insurgents have already deployed here from a transport. They're going to start spreading out some of their infantry. We got a BMP-2 firing off. BMP-2's destroyed? Is that what just happened? We have lost our BMP. BRDMs are on the... BMP-2 destroyed early. BMP-1 lives. All right, we're going to try to focus in on a little bit of this infantry fighting, something I really wanted to try to highlight more in this event versus the first one. I think first one, there's some maps and selections that played a little bit more into armor. That's fine. Let's see what's going on for the infantry here, because that is what this map is going to probably come down to some degree. We've got this Hummer hanging out down here. Just ate a rocket, but it seems to be okay. You've got a bunch of blue tags just sitting up here in District Center. But MEA does have a little foothold here, more western. West-northwest of Hyena Road, which is the mid-cap. They've also got a group down here to the west, direct west of Hyena Road. So the interesting thing is the Insurgents are already on mid-cap, but they haven't capped their second point yet. MEA has already capped their second point. So it looks like you've got some insurgents here to stall and to slow it down. MEA is also setting up some HMG bunkers. They've got their BRDM here, not far off. You got the rockets coming in for the BRDM on top of that infantry. Spread those shots out. Yeah. Ooh, that's doing some damage. There's another one. Oh, that's nasty. Insurgents still with a heavy presence here. They've got a group to the southwest blocking off what is coming in from the west. You do have a push headed out there to the west. The insurgents might be able to hold off anything from that direction, but now this group here northwest of Hyena Road is starting to sneak up and move in. It'd be kind of interesting to see if they can make progress. You have a solid group of MEA here, but MEA is, I don't say they're on their back foot, but they seem a little bit delayed from the front line or trying to push into Hyena Road. Again, Hyena Road is the mid cap. This is a 5 cap layer. Both teams now hold their second cap. It's up to Hyena Road. You've got mortars already set and running here. You do have some MEA in the back line. And again, we are on the side of MEA. So they're going to show up as blue on the screen. You'll see red. That'll be insurgents. Looks like you have EP holding a little bit more of a defensive position on the second cap, being the nest for insurgents. Meanwhile, you have some MEA getting sneaky in the back line, way back here. You do have a BRDM, it looks like, potentially. Is that their BRDM? I know you've got the BMP-1 pushing up the east. There's the BMP-1 hanging out on this eastern side. Oh, that's just a techie. Behind it, holding the east. Infantry also moving up here on the eastern coast, trying to apply some pressure to MEA. MEA is just pounding away at Hyena Road. Good comms for the MEA. Very clear. They want to hold some form of superiority and start applying pressure to Hyena Road. It does look like you still have some guys scattered on the west and northwest of Hyena Road itself, but insurgents still control the cap itself. Counter mortars appear to be trying to hit Sturgeon here on the mortar. A little bit short, but they are pretty dang close to the hab. Hyena Road now capped. The mid cap now belongs to insurgents. We are currently at 247 for MEA, 273 for insurgents. Insurgents are currently leading in tickets. This KOF group here is holding off a western push, keeping them away from Hyena Road. Squad 7 for MEA is slowly inching up. We have a decent, still a decent presence from insurgents directly on the cap for Hyena Road. Let's see. We've got the little sneaky group here. One guy dead, so they're going to be alerted to the presence of a couple DS members hanging out in the back line. So far, a little bit slower than I expected. I expected maybe a little bit more of a collision on Hyena Road, but Insurgents took control of it pretty early. They are placing a radio here on Hyena Road now, so I assume Hab will follow here shortly. Now, Squad 7 for MEA starting to push a little bit harder down towards Hyena Road. They're getting near the cap.
Just to our north, so stay down.
Patient gameplay right now from MEA. They're holding the line, defending off whatever this is on the eastern side. Some light infantry presence. Occasionally the BMP might poke up a little bit. No real progress there for Insurgents. Meanwhile, MEA is trying to push down from the northwest and the west. It looks like it's slowly starting to take some ground. You can see their MEA's got a strong push here, and they've been trying to inch up closer. But now you've got Insurgents repopulating Hyena Road. You've got this group of MEA now almost to cap. You can see cap zone is marked now with the circle and the square here. These red lines floating about. You can see how much closer MEA has gotten to the cap zone. They need to push some of the Insurgents off. The Insurgents are laying low, trying to dodge the mortar shots coming in at them.
Smokes. Yeah. They're also on our left, so watch out at the street.
We got smokes getting thrown out. Insurgents holding off the push. It looks like the far west push has gotten stalled, if not deleted for now. The northwest push is not doing so hot, starting to get a little bit scattered as they run into some contact. MEA still has a stronghold at District Center. They're making some progress on the eastern side now. But they are going to run into that meat grinder of infantry hanging out in some bushes. The tall grass. Let's see. We still don't have a very... Yeah, the MEA push onto Hyena Road has stalled. There's no push currently. They still hold control here. It looks like they might try to start applying pressure on the eastern side as a focal point. Neither team is really taking a ton of control out here on the west, or at least not as much as early. We still have a squad playing backline here. It looks like they may have had an additional person. I may have missed that earlier. It does also look like Insurgents may have deleted their radio on the nest just to keep everything isolated on Hyena Road. Looks like they are trying to make some progress here on the east. Tickets are almost even now. We had, what, about a 30 ticket difference earlier. Now we're down to 231 for MEA, 238 for Insurgent. That gap that Insurgent had in their favor has dwindled down to just a handful of tickets. Got a little Samir sneaking by there. Insurgents still holding control over Hyena Road. We do have another push from Squad 7 coming up here. Who are trying to sneak in. Trying to get some pressure onto the mid-cap. If MEA is able to push in here and grab it, they would get some tickets. Flipping around in their favor, even though they're only down by 3. Oh. That eastern push is got some bodies attached to it now. They're making small little bits of progress. It looks like Squad 5 has also respawned. They are now pushing in to this group of KOF here, holding the western side. Ooh. Some rockets coming in from the BRDM. So Squad 10 is now in the back line of Insurgents. I wonder if they're going to kind of sit back there and try to slow down logistics. Another explosion. The BRDM is pushing up. He's got some infantry around him up here. With those rockets, they can do some damage. A little bit of indirect fire off this thing. He's got a pocket of guys right across the bridge. BRDM takes a shot. Staying up. Oh, it is burning. Can they get another rocket on that? BRDM destroyed. Nice job by the insurgent group here to take care of that. So insurgents have, in a way, sort of gambled with a close radio on Hyena Road, but they have been able to keep their backline pretty clear in terms of having extra radios out. Both teams focused on just having one radio. Looks like the BMP-1 is being real sneaky in the backline. Really far up here. I don't know how much he's going to run into unless he's just waiting on the BMP-2 to roll out. Which is in about 40 seconds. It's going to be at about 6 minutes or so before we see the BRDM out in the field. So far, close fight on Hyena Road. Squad 5 still trying to figure out how to get rid of the Insurgent Squad 6 here. We do have Squad 10 with some numbers in the backline. This is going to be an issue for logistics. You've got about 4 guys here from MEA just hanging out in the back line with a sneaky couple rallies.
Can I get some more build on District? Maybe we can still do more build. Yeah, I'll run a launcher run. Yep. I can do that one. Got it lucky right now.
Yeah, they're just hanging out around this compound. Still, insurgents have pretty good control over the mid-map around Hyena Road. We are at a little bit of a stall from an infantry perspective. Let's go ahead and see if we get the... let's shift up here to the north and see if we see the BMPs getting an engagement on the northern side of the map. Mortars going off. Keeping some of the infantry at bay. We've got a spicy logi run by Dragoon onto the Hyena Road fob. HMG bunkers are going to keep the insurgents back. It's going to be really tough to push in here now. All right, BMP-2 is rolling out.
We have indication on enemy radio radius because they have an ammo crate up placed on the map north of
Let's see if he comes into contact. You also have that Samir running around to the right. Oh, do they know? I don't know if the Samir heard him. BMP2 seems to be moving in the direction of the BMP1. Oh, well, yeah, they definitely know now. Looks like he's loading a rocket. But, oh, turn around, buddy. Ooh, hat kit misses. I really wish the back of the BMP1 was not exposed. Might want to run some smoke. The BMP2 takes a hit from the BMP1. It is white smoke as well. They both have some damage done. BMP2 is pushing. BMP1 seems to have more health. Oh, BMP2 dead again by the BMP1. The BMP1 rolls over an infantryman of the MEA to keep him shooting. Does he have enough room? Does he have enough room for arming distance? BMP2 dead again. BMP1 is destroyed. Nice shot. Both IFVs destroyed. One for each team gone. MEA now winning 185 to 161.
6 and Team 7 have taken ground just north of Hyena Road. It's pretty clear.
MEA has a push coming in now. Pushing here at the top of Hyena Road. We got about a 20 ticket difference now in favor of MEA. MEA getting a foothold on cap. We've got a 120 kills to 64 kills. MEA currently killing 2 times as many. That is going to be your difference in tickets currently. Curious to know if that's a lot of that's going to be mortars, indirect fire. MEA is now at the top of the Hyena Road fob. Sorry, not fob, but the cap radius. They're starting to enter cap radius. This is going to put insurgents in a weird spot. They don't have any other fobs set up to help here. Oh, take that back. They just got a fob up here. Is that them up here to the east? I'm sorry, west? Looks like it. They're going to have a presence up here now. They just disabled this Samir. Yep, looks like they're going to have a fob coming up. They've got the hab built. Now they can start the flank district center. They need to work on that quickly, take some pressure off of Hyena Road. If MEA has to defend and attack, that should slow down some of their attacking capability.
BRDM sounds like.
Yeah, BRDM was last seen on my map. He's northbound. They're highly confident Charlie 3. They have listen up now. They're sage in front as well.
Charlie, it's been called out that they think there's something here.
No, that's somewhere else. That's to the southwest.
Got a mix of infantry here. I hear a BRDM. Sitting in maybe a little hull down spot. Mortars landing to slow down some of the infantry. If insurgents can get that push on the western side of district, I think this would be very beneficial for their hold on Hyena Road, but it does look like they're starting to spread out some of their infantry and regain control over that area. But unfortunately, they are down still. on tickets. About 15 ticket difference. But the control over District Center for the MEA has thinned out a little bit. It also looks like the Humvee for the Insurgents is in a position to help cut off logistics supply. But right now, they've got plenty. 17,000 ammo. If I read that correctly. This is going to be a tough push unless you stay on the northern side. If you cut it close, they have a nice vantage point from the buildings and the walls. They're already reacting to a possible push here. It looks like they got a couple guys on the northern side of District Center, that being MEA. Insurgents still holding Hyena Road. Not much progress. They're able to keep MEA off, or mostly out of the cap radius. Mortars are beating up on some of the insurgents. Ticket difference is now sitting at about 9 in favor of MEA. Command chat from MEA is calling for more support on defense because they're worried about getting pinched here on the northern side and the southern side. Insurgents now have a little bit of a foothold here on this southeast corner. So that whole fight on the eastern side has now resulted in, looks like Squad 8 or Insurgents having a foothold, making some progress up, almost on the coastline. They don't have many people between them and the radio right now. But they are going to come across the hab here in a second. They should be able to call the hab now, if they haven't already. Hab is about to go proxied. Hab is now proxied. MEA does not have an active fob currently, or an active place to spawn out in the field for at least a moment. Oh, I'm surprised that didn't get him. Hab is coming back online. They might be able to recover it. Ticket difference is about 8 tickets. Hope it's got up a little bit. 14 tickets in favor of MEA, the blue side. All right, so now MEA is going to counter with a push on this western fob. Looks like MEA is going to hold their hab on District Center for now. MEA is now going to outnumber insurgents at this western fob.
Enemies have shifted. We got a couple of 1s and 2s coming in.
They're going to take the Logi out. That's 5 tickets. Oh, Professor getting a couple kills here. Radio is on bleed. Professor kills everybody. He's a combat edgy. Can he save the radio? Just delete. Just delete. Please just delete. Yes. Insurgents saving their radio to the west. Professor, I think, killed 3 guys in the building. Saves the radio. Keeps his team from losing 20 tickets on that. He was outnumbered. Great work. All right, so we are now sitting at about a 20 ticket difference. Insurgents losing some fights here, putting them at a little bit of a disadvantage. We now have 156 kills to 102 kills. So it's about a, what, 50 kill difference for MEA in favor of MEA. They have restacked on District Center. Insurgents aren't going to retake that. They're getting a second hab up now. Or they're, I'm not sure if that was up earlier. Maybe I missed it. Insurgents need to set up some indirect fire and just start applying more pressure here. Onto District Center. You don't have a ton of you don't have a ton of presence in terms of what you can do to push into District Center as insurgents. You do have some light infantry. You do have a little bit on the east side of the river, which will apply some pressure, but not a ton. Oh, it does look like a hell cannon is up, so I missed that. Yeah, it's right on the fob. Let's take a look at this. Oh, I might have missed all of their emplacements. They do have a mortar.
Can you suppress the tree line to your south? Roger.
Yep, hell cannon sneakily hanging out here.
They're only hitting us from the east, southeast side of district now.
Which is just a propane tank, basically. But it creates a lot of noise. There you go. Here's some of the mortars coming in. There's the hell cannon, I think. If insurgents can get in here and disable that hab, they should know where it is. They have it marked, I believe. You still have Squad 10 backline causing a little bit of chaos for insurgents. It's about a 20 ticket difference now in favor of MEA. This is going to come down to just maybe a couple vehicles, but overall right now the biggest aspect of it is kills per side. A huge thing was getting that radio deleted. That was really significant. See, they have a pretty strong infantry presence here on the eastern coastline. We now have a tower here, which is in a great spot to help slow some of this down. That's going to be a tough push for insurgents. They need to start considering how they can slow down the ticket bleed for them. Got a couple MEA sneaking around past the insurgent hab. Hab is marked. I'm surprised mortars aren't pounding that to limit the spawns. MEA is not crazy far off the other hab, the main hab that I think would be the priority concern if it were to go offline. Insurgents have a few folks in the back line, but really have a lot of guys covering the west and the north side of Hyena Road. We do have Squad 7. Let's zoom up here. You do have Squad 7 applying some pressure on the northern side of District Center. So they are getting some of MEA to respond to that. They're touching the very edge of the town here. It's just a handful. Squad 7 with a couple guys. You also have this other group of Unnamed sneaking around. If they can regroup, you'd have a pretty good little force. Here comes a Logi out. Looks like he's going to make it out unscathed. Let's see, vehicles. BMP 1, I'm sorry, BMP 2 is about 2 minutes away, so BMP 1 would follow that. Occasionally, insurgents sneaking into the town. Ticket difference. Still not great. Insurgents still bleeding a lot of tickets. You've got more revives for MEA as well. Insurgents are being out-revived and out-killed. Out-killed by about 60 kills currently. That ticket difference is starting to become a problem for the insurgents. They need to figure out some way to balance that. Looks like the backline push by Squad 10 has been squashed again, for the most part. Looks like counter mortars coming in. keeping insurgents at bay with regards to what they have available in terms of indirect fire.
We're gonna need an infantry section to the north. We've got infantry crawling.
Now this push is starting to look like something here on the north side. You got some bodies spreading out. Insurgents need this radio. They need to stop the logistics, which they are doing. Ooh. The hell cannon was a little bit close. Looks like the MEA BRDM might have just gone down as well. You have infantry now pushing in on the north side. They are not far from the radio, which as you can see is right about there. It looks like they have found the radio. You have a massive group of MEA now moving north to deal with this. They need to make an effort here. This would be significant. It's about a 20 ticket difference in favor of MEA. Oh, and this is a gunfight. You got a lot of DS moving in, pretty coordinated here to get control of the radio. Well, that was a hell of a hiding spot. All right, now from the southern side, they need a push too, because the northern side, it's got the reaction that they want. They've started pulling people north. Now they need this little group here to start making some progress. Casper had to be the sacrifice there to take out the guy in the HMG bunker. You have a little bit of freedom here on the southern side if insurgents can start to move. The BRDM is pushing up. I would try to watch that mid lane as the BRDM if you can, if you get in a position to do that. Ooh, massive explosion. I don't know if that was an IED. Had to have been, right? Now you have MEA starting rack. We're down to a 10 ticket difference. Insurgents are starting to turn up the heat, creating a meat grinder for MEA. Insurgents hold the cap. So now it's just coming down to what they can do in here, and it is a 10 ticket difference. We were skating along about 30 ticket difference. Now we're down to 10. 64 to 54 in favor of MEA. Again, MEA is listed as the blue team. Red team is going to be Insurgent. Mortars are still going off. You have scattered presence on the north end. Kind of looks like the north push for Insurgents has died down. So now it's going to be about what a pressure they can apply in the south. You have the BRDM coming up to assist.
If we can stop this assault, this is a huge ticket win for us.
They're saying if they can slow down this assault, it's a ticket win. I really think MEA took some losses there, but now that spread on the tickets is not crazy off. 62 to 49. Insurgents need to keep folks alive because MEA is going to revive a bunch of people that were on that assault if they can. Really need mortars hitting like right here for Insurgents to close this gap. Oh, BRDM's going to go down. That's a 5 tickets plus 2 for the bodies. Oh, good hit. It's going to knock out a few. Now it's down. Now it's back to an 18 ticket difference that quickly. 17 again. MEA leading by 17 tickets. Insurgents took Hyena Road pretty early. Controlled this area.
Enemy BMP spotted southeast of objective reference.
Looks like MEA also got a fob up here on the west side to start applying pressure, but I don't even know if it's worth it now. If you just keep bleeding out, we're at about a 20 ticket difference in favor of MEA. Dang, Insurgents had that really close.
It is in a hold down position in that field, looking northwest.
This was just a fight on this point.
Hold on, don't give up.
BMP1 throwing in some fire. I don't see the BMP2 right now. BMP2 sitting in main for MEA. They're not going to risk it, at least not right now. Or they just have a respawn for it.
South, reversing.
About a 22 ticket difference in favor of MEA. It has been a grind. Lots of indirect fire hitting a little bit towards the backside of Insurgents. Keeping Insurgents' own mortar fire at bay. It looks like Insurgents are just going to work on kind of trying to slow down some of their ticket bleed. Hold cap.
Can we get mortars going north to south on the east side of Hyena Road? Reference mortar marks.
Looks like they self-destructed the radio to the west. So now it's going to be frontal assault right here towards the mid-map north of Hyena Road. Still sitting at about a 20 ticket difference. It has slowed down. MEA is probably not going to push out a district center. They're probably going to let Insurgents try to push in here, but I don't think Insurgents are going to be that willing to start to send bodies in. Looks like the defensive has set in for both teams. Still sitting at about 23 ticket difference in favor of MEA. Mortars could be the VIPs of this round. I think a couple things that I found surprising, since we have a little bit of time to reflect on the round, is that the west side was only really leaned on by the MEA side. They tried to control the north, like west of Hyena Road, and the western side. It looked like some Insurgents, a lot of KOF guys did a really good job of like kind of shielding the western push. But Insurgents never went for anything too crazy in terms of wrapping around that I noticed, at least not in sheer volume of people. I really thought we'd see some play a little bit further out, like towards this area, to start applying pressure and trying to get around. And granted, some of that was done. They did get some pressure on the district center on the north end that we tracked. Unfortunately, it is all fizzled out. Insurgents are now down to 26 tickets. We do have the BMP2 now in play. It is moving down here on the eastern side. See where the BMP1 is for the Insurgents. The BMP1 is almost back to main. But BMP2 would be a 10-ticket win if Insurgents can take it down. Otherwise, it can do a lot of damage if it just gets to freely roll around here.
Okay, we are now moving west and leading district center. No BRDM support.
BMP1 is shifting. It looks like it's not going to main. It's actually coming out towards the fight. 32 ticket difference right now. Let's see. It looks like they're on a collision course here, a little bit to the south. BMP1 getting in position now. The hat kit with the BMP2, the pocket hat, is now behind. Let's see. What can the BMP1 see? So he's setting up there. They should have vision on the BMP2. Oh, little short. That's tough. That's going to give away the position to some extent. But the BMP2 doesn't know where he is. The BMP1 still trying to get to it. Probably adjusting aim. It looks like they may have rolled back a little bit. Oh, hits! BMP2 now tracked. Two shots now onto the BMP2. BMP1... I don't think they're hitting. Oh, they're hitting the top of the wall. BMP2 is destroyed. BMP2 destroyed. BMP1 had a hell of a spot there. Shout out BMP1. They've done a great job fending off the BMP2. That's going to be 10 ticket loss for the MEA. We're down to 38 to 15. This has come down to a slow grind. No crazy pressure from insurgents on district, but they maintain vehicle superiority for the insurgents. They hold cap. Nothing's really going to change that anytime soon. MEA set up another mortar just to start hitting them. Try to bleed them out. It is 36 to 12 in favor of MEA. Insurgents have a mortar back up. They're trying to apply pressure. We're down 36 to 11. Looks like this is going to go in favor of MEA. Unless insurgents can come up with some tickets here towards the later stages of this round. Let's see. We have 242 enemies killed for MEA. 165 for insurgent. 171 revives for MEA to 98 for insurgent. 24 to 9. What a close round. That's not enough for us to have to balance or anything. That is a tight round in terms of the tickets separation. It's coming down late. I feel like MEA is probably starting to sweat a little bit here. It's gotten real quiet in command chat. They're just playing the defensive. You see, you just have mortars coming in. Some of the gunfire has slowed down. You do have a little bit of an eastern push here by the MEA. I think they're just trying to hold some ground. 23 to 8.
Orders are on my 5 now. There's a whole squad of infantry around it.
23 to 7.
Hey, hold on, orders. We got orders pushing on the
MEA is trying to get a little bit of a push going here on the north side, but they're running into some contact here in this tree line. Oh, the PPSH. Just a menace. Down to 23 to 6. Neither team wants to risk anything too crazy. I think these mortars have created some issues back here.
Can we dig down our own rating and see through that check? We dug it in. We saved it.
Oh, I missed that. It looks like insurgents did get close to the radio. They might have dug it down. I'm not sure if it was that one. Yeah, it was that one. C3. I did miss that. Insurgents need to get some revives in. Try to hold on to whatever tickets. It's 22 to 4. Tight battle. 17 to 4. It's just coming down to these last few fights. 15 to 4. This is This is narrow. We are at almost an hour of a match. I really thought Cocaine would go a little bit faster. I thought we'd come down a little bit shorter of a match given the size of the map. 15-1 in favor of MEA. MEA's hold on District Center may have paid off for them in terms of just having an area to set up. And that's it. 14-0. 14-0 in favor of MEA. We've got 186 revives for MEA versus 109. 250 kills versus 171. That, I mean, some of that's the difference right there. We'll do a quick scroll of the board so everyone can see their scores on the VOD. Some big numbers here. Shout out to MEA for holding their ground at District Center, fending off a kind of later in the round push that looked like it had some promise for Insurgents. Timeline, I mean, you guys know we've been here almost an hour. That is the progress. Very slow grind. BMP2 getting beat up in the process. Early start. Ticket bleed losses. Soldier deaths. We've got 176 to 255. 80 or so. I'm not great at math. 100 vehicle ticket losses compared to 55, so it almost balanced out just on the vehicles. No radios lost for either side. Proud. All right, we're moving on to the next round, which is going to be Yeho with a little bit of a twist. This is a random advanced and secure, which has typically got a, like fog of war set up for those of you that are not as familiar with squad. However, this is going to be a fogless round, or should be a fogless round. So each team will be able to see the objectives along the map. And I'm so stoked that we have a pretty good layer here. We are actually going to switch sides. So the PLA side will be in blue. This is going to be PLA versus the Australian Defence Force. And again, we've got DS, TWS, KOF, Unnamed. I think I saw some GMG in here. We got just a ton of folks. Thank you very much. I'm going to miss people if I try to name everybody. Yep, there's GMG. Thank you guys for coming out to hang out, and I hope you guys enjoy the night. I'm not going to join a squad, but I appreciate it. Let me open up my little camera slot here. Go ahead and get up into the sky. So Yeho is one of my favorite maps. To me, it's a very balanced map. You have plenty of everything. You have some smaller towns that you can fight in. You have some more larger open areas. You have some height differences. There's some nice challenges to it. Honestly, the main thing is it would be great if they got some more lanes to play in across the map. So we could say that about a lot of maps. There's a lot of space here. It's a sizable map. The one thing I am glad about is that this is kind of down the middle, right? We have a middle lane again. This is going to be about some speed getting in here towards something like Scrapyard or Novo. That's probably where the fight will happen. But last round we had about almost an hour-long match taking place primarily over middle objective. Tight round as well, which is great. So what we're going to be seeing is the PLA taking on the Australian Defence Force. And you're going to have ZBLs against ASLAVs. Now, a ZBL, you're going to have 3 of those versus 4 ASLAVs. You're going to have a ZTZ against an M1A1. I've always felt like the ZBLs are pretty solid, but so are the ASLAVs. The ZBLs have a decent amount of speed, as do the ASLAVs. I think it's going to be a pretty good fight. But the PLA side also is going to get some ZSLs, which are formidable in their own right if used very, very well. If they have a good crew on them, they got some strength. A little bit of a pain in the butt for the Australians to deal with. The ZTZ is a very formidable tank against an M1A1, which is also pretty formidable. I'm kind of interested to see how this goes. I think the part of picking this was the ASLAV. The extra ASLAV kind of balances out the ZSLs to an extent, but we'll see how this ends up playing out. You have plenty of armor from both sides. We're on a big map, one of the probably most played maps in squad. Again, we've got RTB, TWS, DS. DS is damn near one whole team on their own. We've got EP, Unnamed, GMG, KOF all stacking the other side. The round last game was pretty close, so we're not going to really worry about balancing for this one.
You want to push? You full?
This would also be the kind of situation where I wouldn't be surprised if you see some mech infantry push towards the middle of the map to try to apply some pressure early towards like Scrapyard, which is kind of an open area. I often feel like Scrapyard can be a place where it's either, you know, you're going to have two options. I don't feel like it's a great place to fight because it has some open pathing here where you could just easily get picked off from either side. If you get it early, you might be able to hold on to it, but it can flip. It's tough to say how this can play out. You just don't have a lot of lanes in here. You got to cross a couple roads potentially. You've got to, like, you don't really have anywhere to set up a hab super close unless you tuck in the woods, which is susceptible to mortars.
Or be aggressive, maybe push point forward.
Plenty to deal with here. The southern team can have a height advantage if they play more out here. But the northern team has this nice little waterway that they can typically hide some stuff in if they need to. But yeah, plenty to go on if this is going to indeed be where the fight takes place. This is 7 cap layer, so technically Novo would be your actual mid cap, which creates its own challenges. I just have a feeling because of proximity to the southern side that Scrapyard may be more at play here. The northern team's got a little bit of a farther run to go, but the southern team has to take some back roads, so that can slow them down. But we'll see how this ends up. The southern team also has a tight spacing on their second and third cap, being airfield admin and airfield hangars. So we're going to have PLA coming out of the northern main up here. You've got Australia coming out of the southern main down here. Again, they have 4 ASLAVs, plenty of strength to take on the PLA. But we're going to see how this works out. We're going to go see what the PLA is doing here on the northern end in terms of how they spread out.
I think it's a middle layer. Prove it.
I think they're going to airfield, so I'm going to head to Novo.
Looks like, is this a early transport here? Yes, early transport on the eastern side. Rolling down the east lane with some infantry. Now, let's see what armor's doing. We're going to see if we can get some of these armor fights in here because there's plenty of IFEs to go around. You're going to have a big push here on the middle lane. Both lodges look like they may be taking the middle lane. Are the ZBLs going to go west or mid? We've got one ZBL going west with a group of infantry. Other ZBLs following to the west. Nope, cutting. They're now cutting. They're going to take mid lane. ZBLs also have ATGMs, which would be able to help balance some of that fight between them and the ASLAVs, which don't have ATGMs attached for armament.
Hell yeah, I'll start looking for those
Lodges are moving in quickly. It looks like PLA will have the advantage to get to Scrapyard, maybe even Novo. First cap is already grabbed for Australia. They got to have a few vehicles playing back on that. Their vehicles are now starting to get into the airfield area. PLA looks like they have a better spread across the map right now. You do have one ASLAV sneaking out to the west. I mean, you've already got one vehicle, one light vehicle, watching the main road into Novo. That could be a problem here in a minute, but they do have some ASLAVs guiding these vehicles up. 2 ZBLs rolling up as well. 3 ZBLs. The ZBLs all took middle now. It looks like they may be regrouping or playing Scrapyard. 2 ZBLs on the main road are coming up now. Let's see what these guys end up running into. You can see there's something about to come over the ridge there in red. Australia's red. They're going to get eaten up here. Oh. I might have held on to that in case LAV or ASLAV comes up behind him.
airport. 2 lads at the airport.
Looks like we're getting some call outs. So Scrapyard may not be the place we needed to worry about really in terms of what we talked about earlier. It looks like PLA is going straight in for Novo. We've already got a hab coming online between Lower Pet and Scrapyard for PLA. You're also going to have one on Airfield Admin, which could help supply some infantry into Novo. 2 ZBL still holding the line here in case another vehicle comes up, but it doesn't look like one is going to try to do that. You have 1 ASLAV now still. Squad, what is this? Squad 6 over here. Way out here to the west. Could end up being a good position. We do have Squad 3.
Sure, they're both on observe.
Squad 4, enemy kangaroo marked on map.
Enemy kangaroo.
Bird's got RTB. I'm 50% health.
Let's see. We've got all the ZBLs are in decent proximity. I think you've got 2 ASLAVs on Airfield Admin. They're slower capping on Airfield Hangars right now. That being... Oh, no, they have guys. They're not rendering in. Thought they only had maybe a couple guys there because of the light vehicle.
I've got the scrap pack.
PLA now has 2 flags captured.
Sounds good. We'll leave flag up to 4.
Australia is halfway through on their second cap. PLA just has another fob now placed to the northeast side of Novo. PLA has complete control over Novo right now. Australia is going to have to take that from them.
Enemy ZBL just killed our LE. It was a lower Patrific, I think.
Oh, a little bit of an armor skirmish going on here.
They're both. There's 2. So they're going in pairs.
ASLAV trying to get shots. You do have an ASLAV sneaking around, but a Hat Kid is watching for it. You do have infantry now trying to gain a foothold. Australian infantry trying to get a foothold on the southwest side.
West Novo, moving north.
Oh, other ASLAV was able to engine one of the ZBLs. Two on 2 here. Oh, both of the ZBLs are engined, it looks like. One ZBL taking more of the hits. This might not go well for one of the ZBLs. And they're about to get flanked. One ZBL destroyed.
Packet killed us from the south. Okay. Might be able to save our ZBL.
You might get... Oh, ASLAV choosing to go more south. Ooh, the other ZBL pulling some of the attention here. Oh, there's the flanking ZBL coming in behind. We have 2 ZBLs down. Oh, miss on the ASLAV. Looks like all 3 ZBLs are going to get wiped early. 1 ASLAV's now destroyed.
What's the tally on their ASLAVs? How many do we have now?
They're all 3 up still.
Okay. They had 4, no?
There's 4. Oh yeah. All of them are up.
All right, so 3 ASLAVs have made it through. ZBLs all wiped. That's about 30 tickets there, but PLA have out-capped, or could out-cap if they grab Novo by 2. Right now, they've out-capped by 1. So that's balancing the ticket game a little bit. It's 264 to 288 in favor of Australia.
Intersection 4, move mark main road, enemy infantry.
Yeah, they're starting to take any enemy infantry here on the western side of Novo. Australia's making a strong push. They need to get some infantry kind of scattered in some of these buildings, being PLA. Again, PLA is in the red. We have got some KOF guys sneaking around. The tough part about Australia is, despite the fact they don't have as many flags, it's going to be tough to push into this cap. You do have some PLA infantry applying pressure. Let's check that out. While Australia is trying to get some infantry up here into Novo, they would like to get that cap. It looks like it's currently stalled. It's going to be a fight over Novo. You do have PLA trying to do some work here, but these ASLAVs are going to be a problem long term. ASLAVs are largely going to keep this infantry at bay. PLA really needs something to help balance this fight. Killing one ASLAV would be a big deal. That push is not going to go anywhere until at least one or two of those ASLAVs get out of there. Bunch of KOF here on this western side, causing a little bit of a ruckus. What is this? You have a vehicle sneaking around here. Is that a PMV? That's going to burn the rally, kill the PLA transport. That's going to be a 5-ticket gain. Oh, they're not going to kill it. They're just going to disable it. Good rocket hit. I mean, that's almost the ASLAV in terms of tickets with all those bodies on there. Oh, they might be going right for this radio. They are going to do a hot drop on this radio. Oh, that is a lot of bodies. That is a lot of bodies pushing this. Plus, you have an RWS PMV. They need some hats and lats. This is, again, going to come down to the fact that PLA just does not have armor support. Couple ZBL shots in here. A lot of these guys would be gone. Another hit. I thought that hit on the PMV, but that might have just bounced. Not much damage on it. There's a hit. Now it's engined. Low health. Doesn't look like it's burning, but it is very low. It is burning. It's burning. And that's going to pop. That's going to be 5 tickets. Radio still intact. No one pushed the radio itself, at least not as of yet. They're trying to secure the area around it. Still a couple guys back here. They may be going for it a little bit late, just trying to secure the space. They also know that they're going to get pushed from the southwest. PLA may be able to recover the radio position here in a moment. It is 239 to 276 in favor of Australia. The Australian Defense Force 275 to PLA's 239.
They have 3 chevrons. They've opened this cap Novo. I'm getting a defense chevron.
I just labeled this is not a PLA radio. Wow. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to redo that VO. That's a red radio. That belongs to Australia. I got it backwards. PLA is needs to push this radio. Yeah, so they know it's here. I missed this getting put down. I thought this was the radio for the hab that was set up early. Apologies.
They're already on screen.
There's a call out that they have already been walking near Scrapyard. I don't see anybody currently there.
Probably should not put that east fob. And he's on the right side, or? They're not there, I don't think we'll make anything happen off of it. From what everyone's saying, our hab on K-12, sorry, K-13 is getting hit pretty hard. Alleviate some of our guys getting killed.
PLA still has a foothold here. Australia's radio could get pushed. I think they do need to push it. PLA needs to make progress here to help balance the game out. It's 230 for PLA, 285 for Australia.
They dug down their admin radio.
Okay, so Australia has dug down their radio on their back cap. Now you've got the ASLAVs moving up with more infantry support. ASLAVs are going to start holding up in Novo. Here comes a little bit of chaos. This could turn some of the fight in favor of Australia. ASLAV undamaged, just firing away, suppressing anything in the building where the hab is for PLA. Meanwhile, Australia's getting more of a foothold here on Novo. It might be time for PLA to consider adjusting how they're attacking here or trying to figure out how they can claim some ground. They really need to apply pressure for this radio. Australia getting really, really close here on the hab. Walking past into the hab.
Friendly in the fob.
Yeah, one's in the.
Guy is dead. You have more coming in now. They're trying to block him. They're on the southern wall. Two guys still trying to get in. Looks like PLA tried to block this off to at least keep that safe. So you have exits on the east and west side. Enemy ZTZ is now in play. PLA ZTZ is now in play here. I don't know if the ASLAV knows it's here. Is there a tank mark up yet? Yes, there is a tank mark. It's now 209 to 281 in favor of Australia. They hold a significant advantage. About 70 ticket difference. It does not look like PLA is getting a foothold here. Their hab is offline. A lot of dead bodies in here.
We need like 5 or 6
Don't expose yourself to the north. Do not expose yourself to the north. A tank will fucking light you up.
With a full squad just dropped off on 6 observe. Yep, second last one in just
PLA is setting up now a fob on the eastern side of Novo to try to regain ground. They need to delete this one, but I think it's going to be really tough. Now you're going to be fighting long ways. All of these PLA guys just need to shove directly into this hab, try to shut it down, slow down the Australian Defense Forces' hold of this area. They have position to do that. They just got to make progress out of the woods and towards the hab itself. The ASLAVs, though, are going to make that very, very painful. ZTZ is still laying low. I think he just needs, if he could take out an ASLAV, that'd be huge for PLA. Yeah, PLA to regain some tickets, but also slow down the hold here. That might have just bounced. Nope, it did track. It did track the ZTZ. ZTZ is stuck. We're at beyond 20 minutes. I wonder if they have an airstrike. I don't see a call for an airstrike. Let's see. Do we have anybody moving in on the tank here? Not yet.
Who threw down this tank mark out here?
Another rocket coming in. Tank is still in decent health. I don't see... Abrams is out west, pretty far out. Not in a position right now to do anything. One LAV is now down per the call. Airstrike is going to hit the hab in Novo. Look at this buildup of infantry on the southern side of the hab. I see some dead bodies here. This is going to slow down their ability to spawn if the hab does go offline. Looks like the angle was good.
We're RTB. One lab should be RTB. He was started.
Hab offline on sticks. It can get repaired. They don't have to put a new one down. Here comes infantry now. 3 guys crossing the road, getting to the hab. Got to send one in to try to clear the hab. Clear the builders. Hab is not built. 2 down. 3 down. The hab is still offline. You still have the radio here for PLA. I don't think that's going to last much longer. But they do have the Australian hab offline. And PLA has their own spawn. PLA is also now capping. They have neutralized Novo. This could be an interesting way to swing the game in PLA's favor.
Radio staged on Novo to the west.
They also have control of the radio per the call out. What a coordinated effort. Australia is going to regain control of the radio. This may not be a ticket swing. It may just be the cap itself. You don't have any PLA nearby to try to recover the radio position. Let's see if they are building it up.
Stay by that radio. We may need to dig it down.
Put the rally. Put the rally.
Putting red rally.
They are digging up the radio. PMV destroyed. That's 5 tickets. Oh, that lab needs another shot on it. And that thing is... Wow, they have no tires. They are low riding through here. Aussies are regaining control over their hab. They're going to try to get that back up, but the spawns will be delayed. PLA now has a strong push on this eastern side here of Novo. They do have a lav coming up. Oh, one guy's still hanging out. Slowing down their ability to get the hab back up. They have minimal respawns right now. That being Australia. So PLA is going to cap Novo. That's 60 tickets. It is now less than a 10-ticket game just because of that cap. Now, something I did not get to see earlier is that Australia was able to get to a PLA radio north of Scrapyard, probably placed on a defensive position just in case. Minimal bodies up here to react to it, unfortunately. No bodies up here to react to it. So it looks like they will get a 20-ticket bump for that. It is 235 to 238. PLA with a strong presence here on Novo. PLA is going to lose 20 tickets likely unless that hat can swing in and try to delete the radio, but he's pretty far out. I don't know if Sure Shot's going to be able to make it there in time. Enemy hab on Novo is back up.
They're on the east radio. They're on east radio.
They are now Oh, this is going to be tough for PLA. They are now suffering a little bit here with ASLAVs just having control. They're now on the eastern radio for PLA, or close to it. Looks like they're close to it. Not on it at the moment. They may know where it is. Don't see it marked currently. Infantry trying to make their way to the hab for Australian infantry trying to make their way to the hab for the PLA. PLA owns the middle of the map here in Novo, or middle of the town. They do have some light infantry presence pushing towards this radio and hab. They really need this. The radio for PLA north of Scrapyard is now gone. Littlefoot here trying to dig down the barbed wire placed. Looks like Australia's trying to get a guy up real quick. We need a grenade in there.
Hey, medic.
Up through the window. One guy down. Another guy coming in through the fence here.
I only saw one. Never mind.
There's one outside. Fuck my life. Okay.
The radio on my 4-move mark is inside of the house, like in the roof. So
All right, they're about to have. They got three. Australia's got 3 guys up now inside. They need bodies here. PLA needs to push this radio and get rid of this.
Enemy lab southwest of Novo.
ZBLs are coming in now on the northeastern side. Australia's going to be able to get their radio back and just kind of hold it, at least hold the position there. It is 201 to 233. The gap got closed a ton by that flip for PLA on Novo itself with that capture. What'll be interesting to see if the ZBLs can claim some kills here on the ASLAVs and balance it further. The ZTZ did make it out, made it back to main. The Abrams is just hanging out right now over here on the west.
think about getting a second fob set up.
An artillery right now on top of this would be amazing. It'll at least scatter some bodies out. PLA doesn't have much of anything left here on this western side, but they do have control on the eastern side of Novo. We are now in about 40 minutes into the round in total time. One ASLAV is there on the western side. Another one hanging out on the southern side. Another one on the southeast side. Just ASLAV spread out, which I think is going to create an issue for these ZBLs if they decide to get a little bit frisky. They don't know that they're here. Here's what I'm worried about. They don't know that they're here, and look. Yep, ASLAV's going to start opening fire. Pop smoke or run smoke. Now I'd expect another ASLAV to start responding to this via a call out. But they're pretty spread out. You have a 2v1 right now, but this ASLAV's not going to push if he doesn't have to. You do have some sneaky infantry up here. They need to get a lat shot on that ASLAV if they can. ASLAV is just watching his butt, trying to make sure the ZBLs don't push. I don't think the ZBLs want to push. Currently, no logistics to build a repair station, which would be very helpful right now for them. ASLAV rolls. The ASLAV rolled over here. Still got a couple guys on board. I wonder. Oh, repair station did come online. That was after the build had been set down. That's good. That can get that other ZBL up quickly. They need one of these guys needs to just push and take out. There we go. Haymaker Soul's coming over to hit this ASLAV that's parked upside down here. ASLAV destroyed. That's 10 tickets reduced for Australia. That's a good thing now for PLA. You still have at least 2 ASLAVs wandering around. ZTZ is now in the field but far east, while the Abrams still is west of Scrapyard.
You're not being pushed right now.
It looks like the fight on Novo is getting a little bit tricky for PLA. Mortars are starting to come in, thinning out PLA's ranks.
Go to this road. Yeah, I'm working on it. It's gonna be a while.
South, see if we can get the Abrams and the Azov.
Ellie's probably your best bet on respawn.
Yeah, it's just respawned. I can bring down rep.
177 PLA to 214 for Australia.
East of airfield. Lab east of airfield.
ASLAV's now holding a defensive near their radio.
Lab sitting.
Australia radio is now currently on bleed. It should get picked up. That's going to continue to be a nuisance for them because
No, we're good, we're good. I'm in.
Yeah, we're good.
PLA at least knows where it is. They're digging it up is the call, it seems.
Artillery, artillery.
Call for artillery directly on top of the hab.
They're already to have.
Directly, too. Artying the hab directly. It's about a 50 ticket difference.
Squad 1 and 4, you guys got people nearby.
Yeah, I'm from back.
John G's fighting helicopters off at an angle that the ZBL can't hit.
Hey, 9, can you drop a new 5? 5 or 9? I can do it. That's one. Yes, sir. No.
John G's enemy John G's destroyed.
Yeah, we got the one guy shooting at you. 6. Thanks for the build. Another
All right, PLA still holding on to the Novo cap. PLA really needs to get this radio for Australia. Australia's doing a great job of keeping it alive, but I feel like the more they have to dig it up and repair it, it's just at risk at this point. I don't know what they can do to really replace it unless they just reset it somewhere in the same area or maybe a little bit more to the southwest to try to protect it more. But now you have a steady stream of Australian infantry pushing in on the western side of Novo, running in directly to the PLA folks. It's about a 30 ticket difference right now, 172 to 202 in favor of Australia. Mortars slowing down some of the infantry here, trying to make progress towards the back cap of Australia, the defense position.
11, you're getting scouted. Hi, Ellie.
Hey, I got an audible on tank west side of Nova, trying to get eyes. Copy.
Tank has been noted. It is now moving north. Abrams moving north. The ZTZ is on a scenic route, hanging out here well to the southeast corner of the map. I see one ASLAV out, 2 ASLAVs out right now in the field.
We can get somebody else to play for cap. 11, there's a hot kid pushing towards you, but he's far now.
Still about a 30 ticket difference. A new wave of PLA has spawned. They're trying to push. Australia has control over cap. This is not ideal for PLA. PLA is making a new move towards the radio. All of Australia has left the radio defense and pushed towards cap. Now, the problem with that is if they do get the radio, you don't have a position. You may get the cap, but then you could easily swap it back.
Hey, Fork, you be prepared to go scrap here. We might need to have there. I don't have anyone with me.
Looks like they're calling that they may need a radio placed on scrapyard for a defensive.
Yeah, 4, need you building something at least close enough to defend scrap. Yep, that's what we're doing.
Radio stage west side of Nova.
Okay, they've got the radio staged. Aslav's coming back. This has been the problem here at trying to get this. Aslav's gonna park in here, shoot through the windows, and then you're just kind of, oh, what's happening?
Radio on bleed, west side. Nice. Top of it currently.
Good, we're good.
Do not know if
Enemy
we'll keep it
lodging.
down.
Enemy lodging.
Oh, just a little bit of lag. A little bit, a lot of bat, a lot of lag.
PMV Northwest Nova destroyed as well. We're engined.
PMV's destroyed.
Beautiful.
Yep, come around, hold this bunker.
You keep your gun up. You keep your gun up. I'll get them up.
Appreciate it.
That's not friendly, Hat.
PLA might get this radio now. They've got it. They've got it on bleed. Trying to get a couple guys back up. No Australia. One Australian Defense Force guy coming in here. He might get picked off. Hit the wall. There you go. He's dead. Can't get in the building.
I could put my fighter on that scrap.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I'm doing.
That tank's either at a long flank or doing ERTB. Doing tanks north squad 2, Mike Gunner says. Can you spot? Can you mark this tank over here if it's on? I'll go to look.
Radio's confirmed blood out west side of Nova. They no longer have a spawn.
Very rough mark.
All right. Novo. Australian Defense Force Novo position gone. The flag has not been capped by Australian Defense Force. PLA is making a push now. It is one ticket difference. The round has slowed down so much in terms of the ticket differential. PLA finally taking a lead, 151 to 147.
Yeah, take unobserved. Take unobserved. Fuck. Squad 4, full squad near north near the tank. Yeah, I told him. I'm gonna go pop the rally.
Australia's position dwindling, but they do have a new radio coming up here on the southern side, immediately replacing their radio. Now they got to get the hab up, but you have somebody, Pat here, sneaking around.
What's the status on that radio? Status on enemy radio on the west side. West radio's gone, I believe. No, maybe. Radio.
All right, now they got to get ready here. Someone's got to spot this radio. Oh,
Contacts around the radio marker.
Tank is heading.
ZBL gone. Must have got hit, I think, with the hat kit up here. Yeah, hat kit, got it. There goes the ZBL. PLA now down by just 3 tickets.
Wow.
Feels bad, man.
I think they just got 1 shot by the hat kit.
To see it, boys.
Oh, a trade.
Squad, can you come help with this tank? Yes.
I went to the wrong spot and I'm being a dumbass. I'm so sorry.
Great.
ZTZ well out of position currently. They've recognized that they're on the wrong spot. We got to keep these Z-Bills alive if you're PLA. I think there's currently 1 left, and he's taking some damage. They need to get a repair on that guy.
He's heading right past a bunch of...
PLA is retaking Novo, but it's only a matter of time before Australia starts to get some new spawns here. Enemy tank, Abrams, rather, is tracked, sitting here on the road. If the ZTZ can just start moving quickly, or they need an airstrike. Looks like it just got hit again. Light smoke, probably above 50%. All right, Australia's getting respawns in. I don't think that PLA quite found the radio. The new radio, that is. It is now 113 to 130. This tank is not going anywhere anytime soon, but the ZTZ is still a ways out to help. And if they cut by airfield, they're going to run into their own set of problems. It's a 20 ticket difference, and the PLA might lose another radio here. Because it looks like they got a TWS squad playing advanced on Scrapyard. But there is no cap either way right now on Novo. It looks like it's stalled. The Abrams goes down. It is now 103 to 13. So we are still within about 10 tickets thanks to the Abrams kill. And the ZTZ is still up, but the ZTZ pulling up to a sketchy spot here. Unless the ZTZ can get lucky, maybe kill some stuff along the way. They might see the helicopter, maybe. For Australia, doesn't look like it.
There's up a new fob on the southwest side.
I'm engaging new fob.
Nova.
Their toes down.
Can you see their mortar inside admin?
Yeah, that's what I'm moving for.
I'm on the bad orbit. You know, come back around.
Looks like we have a couple infantry back here, kind of backlining a little bit, trying to figure out what's going on with this radio and hab for Australia. Australia holding on to Novo as best they can, or holding on. Now they're taking it. They're trying to slow down PLA's control of this area. It is coming down to a pretty brutal fight here. There is a little bit of a lack of armor for either side in terms of IFV at the moment, but we do have another ZBL coming in on the east side. We need a mech infantry drop for PLA, maybe on that radio back there on the hab, and get that shut down, and the PLA can take this, even though they won't get much of a ticket gain for it. You almost at this point want Australia to take it just so you can try to get another ticket boost. It's still a 10 ticket game in favor of Australia. PLA hasn't led much today, in terms of this round, at least. This is only the second map as part of Friday Night Fights. Earlier, there's about a 27 man queue. The server was automatically seeded. Thank you guys for the support. PLA looks now to have control over cap. They are capping the flag. It never flipped. I don't think it ever fully flipped over to Australia, or they would have had more tickets than they do now. It is about a 5 ticket game. 4 tickets.
You guys want spicy RD going south?
PLA is setting up to be able to apply pressure to this radio, I think. If they could get to that hab, shut down the hab, and make it a lot easier. You do have a couple guys playing defensively near the rally and radio for Australia. It is now a tied game, 96 to 95, actually. Australia losing a couple tickets there. PLA takes the lead again by 2 tickets. PLA with good infantry control over Novo. They need to make an effort south here. Try to get to the hab. I believe it's in this building. It is. Currently offline. Probably just the sheer volume of PLA to the north. Keeping it offline, which is great. So now you got to start making progress here. Let's get to the radio. It doesn't look like they're reacting to like dig it down. You do have some more Australia coming in here on the west southwest.
Watch your head if you're on Novo. RD's gonna be a little spicy.
Enemy. Looks like we have the ZTZ now rolling up the runway, causing some havoc in the back line. You've got a ZBL here as well. Picking off some infantry, trying to slow down their ability to have mortars firing, which I think they were calling out earlier. Doesn't look like that rocket hit. Hab for Australia still offline. Artillery is now called for PLA on the Australian radio to clear out some of this infantry. I think they might be digging down this radio. They are self-destructing the radio. Australia, that is. They've self-destructed it. These guys aren't going anywhere with that artillery.
Enemy radio's down, enemy radio's
PLA will not get the radio, the satisfaction of killing the radio. I think the ZBL just needs to keep applying some pressure and then maybe get out. You don't want the ZBL in a position to get screwed up here, but he might be stuck. ZBL having a little bit of an issue. Oh, he's out. Looks like Felix might find the radio if he didn't hear it already. But you're going to start seeing a significant amount of spawns here on Airfield Admin. Australia will be bringing in guys en masse. Now, they do not have a position. Oh, they are trying to... They might be sneaking another one in. Looks like another radio is being set up here for Australia. Northwest corner of Novo.
This western push is real. This western push is real, guys. I'm coming to counter.
They've got some guys coming in. They're calling out that there's a western push. It's pretty faded right now. There's a ton of blue on Novo. You have an Australian radio set up now. They can get another hab sneakily where PLA had their hab earlier. PLA is now up 93 to 60. It has swung 30 tickets in favor of PLA. The ZBL backed off, but you do have a ASLAV sneaking around up here well to the northwest.
I'm hearing some sort of truck on the west side.
There's also this PLA radio up here to the near scrapyard that I think they just need to get rid of at this point, especially if it's been spotted. I don't know that it has. I don't see a... Yeah, I do see a mark there. They just need to delete that. PLA just needs to get rid of that so it's not a problem later. If you get mortars up or something like that, that'd be problematic. It's about... Still about a 30-ticket game. 36 tickets, technically. PLA looks like they have pretty good control over here of Novo, with the exception of Australia with a new fob set up, pushing in on the northwest corner here. Oh, this might be tough because he's about to drive past some infantry. Let's see if they open fire. They don't. Oh, they do. Rocket. Oh, no. And you're running into an ASLAV. That is unfortunate.
Enemy lab, west side.
ASLAV is ASLAV, do they not feel it?
I just literally ran into one.
Where's the mark?
Headed towards those red arrows.
I don't know if ASLAV is turreted because he's not moving a lot. All right. The ticket difference is about 50 now in favor of PLA. 90 to 42. PLA taking advantage of their position on Novo. But again, Australia does have a little bit of a foothold up here. They're starting to stack some bodies. Looks like they might get ready for another push. There might be a hot drop inbound here in a minute. Logi's going to continue out west. ASLAV might be RTB. ZTZ still sitting on airfield. Just taking shots. Pretty good health right now. Looks like you might just be driving back and forth. Probably throwing some HE into these windows. Oh, looks like the hot drop got stopped by a ZBL. All those bodies are gone. ZBL taking down a group of infantry. Now ZBL needs to see if they can hear the radio or the or see some spawns in this building. That made it about a 50-ticket game in favor of PLA.
Squad 9 found enemy radio.
Yep. PLA now found the radio up here. They're pushing it.
Squad 9 observe as enemy radio. Got my guys digging it.
Their toes still accurate. Orders are down.
PLA should have that. Yep. Australian Hab offline, but an ASLAV is rolling in to potentially save the day. Where's the ZBL?
None, you got an ad lapping north in the field.
Yep, he's coming on the west side.
He is at the radio now.
Good thinking, command. Slav's accurate. Enemy lab took care of us, 7, so watch out.
Australian radio on bleed. ASLAV just took a shot.
Enemy radio's on bleed.
That could be a 20 ticket loss for Australia. They don't want to lose the ASLAV as well. That'd be tough. Almost a 60 ticket difference. ASLAV is trying to get out now. It took a pretty heavy shot. Bleeding radio, PLA says, through command chat. We do have a row of artillery hitting Novo, but there's not a lot there right now. ASLAV is trying to sneak out on the southwest side.
Lab south on that.
Oh, rocket came in short there. Here comes another lat trying to get a shot. Hits. Dark gray smoke. Oh, that's tough. Right into the face of the ASLAV. You're not going to win that one, unfortunately. Good effort, though.
Sounds like 1 on 5. 1 lab's RTV.
70 ticket difference now. The
Radio bled out to the west of Nova.
yep, radio has bled out for Australia. PLA coming back. I think they were at like a 60 ticket difference. Coming back now up 70 tickets on Australia. PLA is now defending the north, clearing out the northwest 80-9 in favor of PLA. Something we haven't done is look at some of the tickets or some of the kills. It is 171 to 171. 11 vehicles to 11 vehicles. 123 revives to 113 revives. That is pretty balanced.
How copy 4?
Lab south near airfield, coming north.
Confirming that west radio bled out. Command, 9. Yeah, enemy radio bled out.
ASLAV pushing. Looks like possibly some infantry on board.
Go for 4.
Hot dropping. Some guys onto Novo, which is relatively open.
I'm trying to get copy to west, you know. Lab's accurate, south of Novo.
Pop in the smoke. Oh, don't back up. That's a lot of bodies dropping off on the cap. They might be able to start capping, but you have a bunch of PLA rolling in now. Oh, PLA, I think, took a hat shot, it looked like. Yes, hat shot on PLA. ZBL is going to finish this up, and that is the round. 79-0 in favor of PLA. Again, the kills so close. Quick scroll through the scoreboard. KOF unnamed. EP on the PLA side. You've got a bunch of DS. TWS, RTB on the Australian side. Timeline, look at that flip there. It stayed kind of like what it was on the trajectory to do, and then a bigger flip here. Crazy how that dropped off. Australia had a pretty good set of control here, 258 to 180. And then it switched over with that cap. PLA had to fight back again to take the lead. Soldier deaths 179 to 172. Vehicle losses 90 to 120. That's about 30 tickets of the difference. Fobs lost 2 to 1. PLA only lost 1 radio in that. After creating 5, both teams creating 5 for that matter. We are on to our third match of the evening being Mutaha Advanced and Secure version 2, USA Motorized versus the Turkish Land Forces Combined Arms. Turkish Land Forces, not everyone's favorite side to be on. We're going to flip sides so we can hear a different set of command comms. We got a full server, guys. Let's see. A queue of 16 after the flip of the map. That's amazing. All right, so we have Mutaha, Advanced and Secure. All the points are already revealed. It is... Oh, let's see.
Guys, I think I know what we have to do on this.
Intersection is the mid cap.
We gotta get better.
I think we gotta send all our armor down MS.
They're already talking about sending the armor down the middle. They're already talking about sending all the armor down the middle, as you'd expect. Now, TLF, not a favorite faction for everybody. Their weaponry, yeah, their vehicles, maybe not everyone's favorite, but they can do some work. You're gonna have 2 ACV 25 mils, which are tracked infantry fighting vehicles. You're gonna have 2 PARS 3s, which are wheeled IFVs, and 2 tanks going against 2 Striker MGSs that have some of the best audio for a main weapon, an Abrams, and 2 Striker Crows. We tried to balance it, the TLF armor, with just the volume of Striker vehicles, right? You have that kind of the 3 tank cannons, if you will, here for the US. Obviously, MGSs don't have nearly the capacity to handle a bunch of enemy tank shells as the M1A1. But hopefully that balances things up a little bit. But the TLF does have a pretty strong set of weaponry. They're just a little funky to use sometimes, but they can do some damage. I think you're going to see a pretty solid rush from both sides down the middle lane towards MSR intersection, pushing the mid cap. You have a fairly balanced layer in terms of the caps, the distances. You got 2 on this 5 cap layer. You've got 2 to the south, 2 to the north, and of course midpoint being intersection. But typically what happens is you see some range shots maybe in MSR intersection. You have a little bit more strength for the Turkish land forces in the mid because they have IFVs with 25 mils, the Bushmaster, so they can do some work, whereas the Strikers don't quite have the capacity to handle that. It just takes, they only have 50 cals. But again, the balance side of it is the fact that the MGSs for the USA side can help balance a little bit of that fight. It's 250 to 250. This is the start of the 3rd round for Friday Night Fights, basically volume 2. Now,
That'd be epic.
we are going to be on the side of the Turkish land forces, so they will be in blue. Red will be USA. All right, quiet before the storm. Round just started. So let's see how the run down the middle goes. We're going to sit over intersection. Let's see the spread of where folks are going here. You can see we've already got some fob creation marks. We got plenty of stuff going down there. An MGS already off to the races, trying to get down to the middle. What I would be interested to see is how much they try to pressure the back caps. Like, I think there's an opportunity here for maybe TLF to come in, try to apply pressure towards North Highway Bridge, cutting off logistics. Likewise, I think US could have an opportunity to push on the western side or the eastern side, but I do think that the TLF wants to control over here on the east, especially based on those marks. Now here comes whatever's going to happen in the middle. We got one MGS actually going east, not running down the main lane. We do have a Logi coming up. TLF winning the race towards intersection. Is that 2 Logis now rolling in?
He's a 3-man squad.
2 Logis now back here. This is going to be a little sketchy because they're going to push into ammo warehouse. If you cut this corner, you are already behind. They sent the Cobras up. Oh, no. Already getting picked off a little bit. Driving up to the gate. They're calling the Logi. It's going to be a fight here. Striker and MGS over here on the eastern side. This US group just ran into a firing squad. They are wiped, it appears. Logi stranded now. Other Logi taking hits. Radio for TLF is set up. They need armor support in the mid ASAP. Both Logis for US currently stranded or dead. They only have 2 and they're both gone. They went to the same place. Either side of the map here. There is no foothold for the US. The TLF is going to control the middle of the map. Meanwhile, you have a fight going on here far east with vehicles. So I think they've killed both US Logis, meaning they'll respawn. One MGS might be engined here. Looks like they got one of the PARs, 25 mils dead. The other one is rolling up. Doesn't hear him. They're trying to get the repair off as quickly as they can. 3-man crew running the MGS. The PARS is getting close. Now it's north. They're going to hear him now. Oh, it takes a shot from one of the MGSs out here. Oh, that might kill. Is that going to kill the MGS? Nope. 2 PARs dead. 2 PARs dead. All right, so the MGSs will be able to go repair, which is big. Now, here's the problem is that the US is going to be slow to be able to apply pressure. Already TLF has such a foothold on the mid cap. TLF currently is up by about 20 tickets.
Yeah, well, a lot of people in the back died. A lot of people did hop out on 7 Parker. But they're going to go for reses. There are like a lot of dead bodies in the road.
Looks like we got a striker playing the back line, slowing down some of the infantry and support that can come up to help TLF. Not that they are in dire need of anything right now, but a striker is slowing down some of their logistics potentially. Killing off who they can. They might need to balance some of this fight in terms of Logis, if possible. Looks like one of these is a Logi. It is escaping to the south. It will live to see another day, potentially. Oh, no, they're going to get rid of that Logi. One of TLF's Logis is gone. You have rallies coming up for US. We're going to move back to the north here. That striker is going to try to just slow down TLF's ability to resupply. But it's still pretty early. ACV, it sounds like, sitting over here somewhere. Let's find it. Looks like we got a Cobra on fire. Cobra's dead. A lot of vehicle deaths here, I think, early on. Looks like the striker just went down. TLF is losing now by 6 tickets.
Please avoid trying to do runs MSR. It's not worth it. We prefer if we can get some kind of mortar fob up and just run things there.
ACV is sitting up here to the north. Trying to do what it can to slow down U.S. infantry. U.S. infantry getting rallies down, moving south now. They're going to start applying pressure. It is a 5. So despite the fact that both U.S. lodges got destroyed, it's only about a 5-ticket game. Armor coming in handy here, I think, for the U.S. to help balance everything. They're trying to hold position here, claim some ground. U.S. also has this push down here to the southwest, trying to control a little bit of the middle area, the middle island. ACV now moving north. Dismounting some infantry here. The pressure from the southwest is, I mean, TLF is reacting to it. There's not a lot to do there yet. It's going to take some time for US to sort of rebound and get a position. US is down 241 to 258. 258 is what currently TLF is running at.
MSG north of intersection.
One MGS here on the north end. Other MGS moving west.
Some of that good shit, bro.
It's a 10-ticket game in favor of TLF. You have at least one ACV hanging out near mid-cap. It looks like the western push of US is kind of stalled. They do have a rally pretty far out in the west. Both ACVs now playing mid. If one of these MGS's mobile gun systems can get a spot to maybe pick one off, that would probably do well for the infantry that wants to move in here. Both MGSs now sitting here on the western side. Probably actually trying to get that shot off.
Marking MGS is IF field IFE D5. There's also a second striker up there. MGS and striker in that area.
MGS confirmed.
Oh, it looks like there might be an interesting situation. Yep. Logi getting caught in the back line by a striker?
Moving to engage. One is hit. One of the MGS is hit bad.
Yep, one of the MGS is damaged. Not too bad, though. They've pulled back. They both seem to be okay. US is still playing a pretty wide spread here. They're slowing down some of the logistics still. They have... They're still okay on point TLF, that is. Applying some pressure. They're not really making any moves, really. There's no push for TLF to go for the next cap. They're going to be running into all this infantry moving north to south here. Still have this small infantry group applying some pressure here on the west. Looks like one MGS is going to wrap around. ACVs are trying to work together to not get spotted by the MGSs. They 2 to 3 shots. One of the ACVs would go down. Looks like both ACVs want to pull out of here. They just took a shot. No hit. ACVs are going to try to sneak out of here. A little bit of a clunky vehicle.
What's the timer on their tank? 15 minutes.
They're going to readjust probably. I don't know if the MGSs are going to come much further than they are, just peeking in here. They just want to get a shot off on the ACV. I'm wondering if this MGS might be able to see the intersection here in a second if these guys decide to press any further up. They're playing together because 2 of these can take down the MGS. I mean, one of them can.
Hey, John, geez, let me know if you need help.
Their tank is coming.
This is going to turn into a slugfest here. It is currently 232 in favor of TLF to 219 now for US. Slow burn. US needs to try to get some pressure here on the cap, but they got to go through plenty of bodies to do so. Oh, both M60T tanks for TLF are now moving southwest.
We're staying west 3. We're trying to go for a flank. If he's going
They are now behind one of the MGSs,
for HQ, so we can
while the Abrams has moved to the northeast.
better prefer to like reverse assault on this Abrams.
Boy, I don't see him to your southwest anymore. I'm not sure where.
I don't know if they heard them or they thought maybe.
Tank is on comms, outpost cliff.
Roger, thank you.
All right, we've got...
We need these ground lodges to keep moving. There's no reason we shouldn't have more supplies on this fob.
Tanks, enemy heli scouting you.
We've got infantry still trying to make their way to get a foothold for the U.S. on the north end. We've got a push coming in now, a refresh push here on the west side. It's going to be a slow burn of tickets here unless they can get a better foothold set up. Both M60 tanks far west. They need a helicopter to spot this if you're U.S. MGS is now moving around. I don't know if they know they need to go like north to get behind them, like west and then north. There's a tank mark.
Any update on MGS?
There are marks coming up for the tank. So somehow US has at least spotted the vehicles.
I agree with Q.
Abrams is now shifting back to the north, it looks like. But they are all the way to the northeast. They're not going to run anything anytime soon.
Oh, I see their half too. Okay. Let me have us under the highway bridge there. Let me MGS
Wha-
the rep station here.
One MGS getting repaired.
I'm gonna go around left.
Both M60s working on a long flank here on the western side. It is now 226 in favor of TLF to 198.
Nice.
ACV's PARS firing off a ton of shots. It looks like this MGS might end up running into the tank.
Station currently on mark, just west of highway bridges. He's headed west off the mark. He's now on the other side of the river. I think he's going towards the tanks. Yeah, I see him. Hang on.
Oh, you might want to sit there. Oh, he doesn't know just yet. That M60 is looking for him.
Mark here at D361.
Both M60s now stacked up. The Abrams will be able to help and respond potentially, depending on how exposed the M60s get. But they're about to run into contact here.
Posture with the infantry in the south.
M60s appear to be splitting up, making MGS make a decision. I don't think the MGS knows that they're on either side. The tank doesn't even know where he is. Oh, one M60 now tracked, it looks like. Yep, one M60 getting tracked. Now you got the MGS trying to figure out which one it's going to take a shot at. They're half tracked. Tank. Oh, this is tough. Abrams is now taking shots at the M60. The Striker MGS is about to take a shot. One M60 is now 2v1. That might be bouncing. They need the Abrams to maybe help out here. The other M60 still not coming up north. The other MGS is also responding. Wrapping around behind the northern M60. One M60 is now destroyed. The MGS just kept playing with the M60. That MGS is probably going to go repair. We have the Abrams sitting up here. I hear the ACVs and PARs going off. Probably holding back the infantry. Looks like you have the U.S. trying to gain more of a foothold on the western, southwestern side of the middle island. M60 looks like it might try to take on the Abrams here, but you do have an MGS not far off. They are 2v1 again. Good comms. They are letting him know, but I don't know if you're going to be able to react fast enough. Oh, he gets around the corner. MGS is trying to catch up to get in a position. M60 is just trying to get out of here. Oh, MGS might get a shot around this corner, potentially. Don't know if that's going to bounce. Tracks it. Tracks it. Just had enough of a view to get the track. Here comes the Abrams. You're in a 2v1. M60. That's tough. Both M60s are destroyed, making it a 4-ticket game in favor of TLF. ACV backing out of this. Moving back to south. I think they were trying to move up to see if they could at least help with the MGS. Oh, the MGS is still on the hunt. I don't know if the MGS can see the ACV on the bridge. No hit on the ACV. Might be looking for him. ACV is going to be safe here momentarily. Oh, yeah, it was an MGS, all right. MGS getting a little bit more aggressive. Oh, did get a pick on the ACV. I don't think he's going to push it, but can he get an angle? Nope, staying back, staying back. No other vehicles really reacting to this. It's still like kind of a stall for all the infantry. TLF currently up by 5 tickets. This is a pretty balanced game so far. It looked like it might be a tough one for US, but they were able to get a foothold here up the north, slow down everything, play more defensively while their vehicles do some work. Both M60 tanks are currently gone, whereas the US has both of their mobile gun systems and their Abrams up. ACV is trying to hit... Oof. I'm sorry, Pars is trying to fight the MGS. I don't blame them for moving away. That is an intimidating sound. Is he going to take the shot or is he just waiting? Looks like he might just hold off in case the vehicle pushes up. All right, let's move and see what's going on with the infantry here. It does look like the MGS is still holding out west. We have one MGS north. Abrams went back to Maine to repair, it looks like. Oh, what a sneaky push by Urso.
Yeah, it looks like there's a striker that just keeps
Jumping down behind.
around the east side. I think you're better off just taking the straight to the mid for the time being.
US now taking the lead by about 10 tickets.
Enemy tanks pushing down MSR on observe.
Looks like helicopter potentially died for TLF down here way south. There are some shots going off. We're saying MGS has moved off from West Bridge. Looks like they might be somebody trying to flank John G's. Maybe they're trying to get a rally up north to cause a little bit of havoc. You've got an ACV and probably a Pars here patrolling the southern side. Another ACV on the western side. They're trying to hold off this infantry push from the US on the west side. Now you've got US taking the lead by about 18 tickets, creating a little bit more separation, but no real foothold to take the cap. So it's coming down to kills or vehicles and infantry. Pars catches this transport
Ron, we got a vehicle that just pushed up next to us.
in motion.
Transport, logic.
Infantry bailing out. That might be at least 5 tickets. It does look like a striker knows that the Pars is here. He's chasing. Pars is going to kill the transport. Still about a 14 ticket difference in favor of the US. Pars is going to make it out to be a little bit more of a safe bet. Just get back into the town. Stay away from that striker down there. ACV still holding the west side. You have a few infantry over here on the east side for US. I just don't see... It looks like maybe the US is going to come over here and try to get a fob down on the east. There's a call that they just took down the US helicopter.
Negative, never saw him.
Do you have a Logi coming in here for squad 4, potentially to get a fob down? At least that's what the marks indicate.
We're gonna have to deal with him. I mean, our supplies are gonna last.
Give me a heads up. Yeah, give me a heads up, and the lodge is gonna leave main. I'll escort you.
It's up in 20 seconds. I'm standing by to take it.
Roger, I'm heading there now.
Couple infantry down here. US has tried to control the outside a little bit, slow down logistics after that initial contact, the initial fight here in the middle of the map. They're still applying pressure on the north side, but it's slow progress. You're going through waves of infantry. Pars is opening fire on one of the MGSs. MGS might be at a disadvantage here because the Pars is hull down behind a wall, but they're going to smoke, potentially get out. they can head north, they can just go back to the repair station. Other MGS is staying a little bit more south. Now looks like they might move up north. They're just trying to pick off a vehicle, it looks like. Abrams playing a little bit more aggressive now on the western side, near the bridge. We're pretty focused on the armor fights right now because they're just all over the place. Looks like the Striker and Pars down here are getting in a little bit of a fight. Pars may chase this because they have a little bit of an advantage over the Striker.
Radio F5, mark dead nuts. There's a push coming in from the east side of intersection across the river.
They're calling an eastern push now. Kind of interested to see what the tank and mobile gun system try to do for the U.S. here. Are they going to try to apply a little bit more pressure, or just hang out and see if they can get a pick on one of these vehicles? Looks like Abrams is going to head back into the western side of the city unless he loops around. Nope, he's going to move south. Maybe he's going to go to play more of a cutoff. Striker has made it out for now on the south side.
Okay. That's fine. We're still up on tickets, right? I mean, I know we lost 2 tanks. Maybe.
It's probably
TLF doing a little bit of math, trying to figure out where they're positioned here. Starts to play into how they want to play, but I mean, it's just been a defensive battle on the north end. US is trying to get something set up. It seems to like wrap around, but I think I think the US side is fine if they just need to keep getting picks on vehicles.
Enemy tank southwest side.
Yep, there's the call for the Abrams being on the south side. Every time I go to hit an infantry fight, I feel like I got to jump back and find the vehicles driving around. Striker taking a shot. Might have hit that. I'm not sure. He's out. He's gonna... Oh, the second shot comes in from the Abrams, killing one of the Pars. It's another 10. U.S. chipping away at vehicles.
I'm gonna try and get it until your FTL's not building anything.
ACV covering the western side here.
Okay, be advised, all signs, all lockers, all signs. They will put a 50 cal striker, let it get damaged, and bait you in. So if you see 50 cal striker, you do not fall.
That's dirty.
Smart, but I respect it. Dirty.
They're trying to slow down this little infantry movement here. You've got just like spots of U.S. soldiers. Man, these have been kind of long fights. We're about what, 30, almost 35 minutes in.
The armor squads want like 1 man, 2 man, 50 cal trucks.
We've got 6 vehicles destroyed to 12. 128. I'm sorry, 108. 86 kills to 98 in favor of TLF.
They're pulling the tank in. Tank's coming into MSR.
Vehicles now on the southern side. It looks like this infantry is going to come in. One of the ACVs, I think, just went down as soon as we pulled away.
Used as a striker. It's like just a regular 50 cal. That's what we've been doing.
Alright, we got a radio on Hydro Station. We're gonna take it down once the MGS leaves.
Oh, that was a call on TLF side. They got a potential radio that they might be able to take down all the way north on Hydro.
Tank mark, last known position was southwest.
U.S. Abrams is now going to sit on the southern side, probably cutting off any sort of logistics or anything that they can get up into the middle of the map.
What are you talking about? What is bro yapping about?
A tank?
We're good.
We have a whole group of guys here pressuring this radio. The MGS is gone. They were going to wait for that to leave to start digging. They're taking down barbed wire in here. Wow.
Got 2 barbed wires, so.
Oh my god, no, not that way. Not that way.
Yeah, they cringed fucking barbed wired it.
John G's not happy about the barbed wire. Might file a report.
Tank is main camping, or actually it might be MGS, I'm not sure. No, it's tank. Tank is somewhere near main.
That's bro yapping about a tank.
Nobody
I love it. I love
They're now on the radio. Looks like that could help balance this game out a little bit. Not that it's super far off. We're about a 50 ticket difference. Again, I think a lot of that's going to be vehicles. The U.S. now is a prime position to hold off any vehicles coming down the main lane to help out in the mid. Radio is going to start going on bleed here shortly for U.S. at near North Highway Bridges, Hydro Station area. You've now got a foothold of U.S. here on the southeast side. You got a PARS and an ACV trying to work together, trying to slow down some of this infantry. They're splitting up a little bit. I don't know that you have a vehicle necessarily reacting to it. It looks like one of the MGS is in a position to react to it. They're having to adjust their route, that being TLF, to try to get in for supplies. They can't run down the main lane. ACV PARS having to play with a head on a swivel because of some of the sneaky infantry coming in here. MGS sitting on the south side. They have 2 layers that you have to get through with a vehicle for TLF to resupply, or they have to go all the way around, which ends up, if they go east, it's going to put them with some infantry for the U.S. side. Looks like radio on the north end went down. I don't think they got the tickets for it. I might have missed it. Maybe they did get the tickets for it, but the radio has gone down. They're calling a bleed out. So I guess they did get the radio. Did get the radio. It's now a 40 ticket game. 83 for TLF to 117 for US. Oh, PARS taking an MGS shot. Let's see. How much longer for an M60? 4 minutes. TLF really needs to get a pick on one of these MGSs or a vehicle. Try to help balance a little bit further. Abrams now moving up the northeast side out of cutting off anything coming up the main lane here for TLF. MGS sneaking around on the eastern side. Still have some infantry with a foothold here, trying to make progress, but again, you're going to go through layers of TLF to get to anything useful. Radio is much further north for TLF, all the way up here, and you're only gaining a foothold down here. It's just a tough fight. 75 to 113. TLF is down on tickets here. MGS now in a position potentially to surprise an ACV. Doesn't look like anything super mobile. They are repairing. The PARS that got hit earlier is repairing. Infantry's trying to make progress for US. They are just lobbing some shells over here. Probably smart to keep the ACV and the PARS playing in the city. Oh, they just missed the airstrike that was going to try to hit the ACV and the PARs before they pulled off. They just got out of there a minute or so ahead of time. Oh, one vehicle going down, unfortunately, for TLF. That's a Cobra. It's 58 to 104.
Yeah, we do.
MGS south of tank car.
There's the bandaging.
Oh, they hear the bandage.
Footsteps close to me.
Right behind you.
Infantry on our radio here.
Oh, they didn't know. Oh, no.
Told you.
Told you. U.S. infantry still getting some picks on some guys to the north here. Looks like U.S. is actually getting to the radio for TLF. And they're cut off. Like, the vehicles can't really do a lot in terms of going north because of where the MGS is. They might be able to apply some pressure down here, but you have a U.S. soldier at the TLF radio now, trying to get in here. It's boarded up a little bit. Commander is here to try to hold the radio. ACV going down. It's now 39 to 101.
Tank and MGS marked accurate east of intersection.
Enemy on me, enemy on me. Coming to you guys.
Down. I got footsteps all around me here. Outside this house.
Yeah, footsteps on me.
Friendly coming down again.
Looks like they are on the radio. They're not digging yet. US is not digging the radio. They're just sitting here. They've got control of the room at least. He needs some support. The fight now for the radio. Now that they know where it is, US is going to try to attack that as much as they can. They need the tank just to launch some shells, maybe hit a couple things, but...
I don't know. They haven't been able to get close to the infantry, but that also means they probably haven't been bleeding too much, and I feel like they've been bleeding a lot more.
Yeah, they've been picking armor off.
Oh shit, no ammo. I'm back.
They're trying to add up and see what the situation is in terms of tickets, but it is the disparity now is almost 70.
Enemies are closing around you.
I mean, I can try and do, I can try and arty bridges. We can try like a hot drop with like whatever we got left, but we'd have to avoid the armor.
There's still a guy in the radio room. Judges is in the radio room. Still a couple infantry maybe floating around for US. They have a better foothold on the southern side. The
I will say, next game, Lodgy needs to be way, way fucking better. I feel like I've done 2/3 of the Lodgy runs.
I'll have some of my guys too.
DS trying to figure out the Logi runs for next round.
Like, we could have had hose up and all kinds of stuff, and just no supply.
32 to 97.
Send one of the send our mech squads on attack like before our tanks died.
They're giving away their strat. I'm just kidding. It's 31 to 96. It's about a 60 ticket difference in favor of the US. They have picked off armor.
I think we kind of missed our opportunity.
From a ticket perspective, 130 killed to 137 killed. 6 vehicles to 17 vehicles. Just armor dominance on the US side. You got to do some armor maps. Figured this would be one. I haven't focused so much on infantry because there have been so much armor movement.
No more solo armor. We gotta play together. No, the tanks will. They like went out. They exposed themselves basically, and they didn't need to.
ACV still playing. I'm sorry, that's a PARS. We got a Cobra down here, slowing down some of the infantry push that the US tried to make on the southern side. Looks like US is also going to replace their fob to the north to make sure they have a defensive setup.
Well, it wasn't though, in that you knew there was MGSs out there, and you decided to go out there, so you can't blame us.
It does not matter. We can easily kill an MGS. That's not the problem. The problem is they wasn't.
little bit of a disagreement happening in command chat over the push that they made early on with the MGSs. I don't even think it came down to just the MGS. I think that they lost track of where the MGS was for a moment, and then one of the tanks gets ladded while the other tank moved north and then rans into an Abrams and an MGS because the MGS decided to double team.
They have a half. We could maybe try to take the. They could maybe already try to take the tickets off them that way.
28 to 89. Still about 60 ticket difference, if math serves correctly. US is still trying to make a push to mid cap. You've got 2 M60s now. Let's go check out this. The infantry combat here has stalled a little bit. Doesn't look like we're digging down the radio. Yeah, if they could do a creeping barrage, maybe push the radio up here if they generally know where it is, that might be a good take for TLF, but they got to do it in a way that doesn't result in potentially losing a bunch of tickets. Now we've got an M60 and a 2v1, potentially with an MGS and a tank. In a hold down position. Oh, Abrams taking a couple shots. The MGS up here as well. Abrams and MGS backing off. Other MGS is now in position a little bit further to the east, northeast. Two M60s taking some shots. One of the M60s taking a shot now. Probably needs to stay as hull down as they can. Artillery is now coming down on the going to be coming down on the east hab for US. They might try to get a trade there on radio or something. Not a trade, but they might try to attack it. M60 moving up. Little nervous about this because if you get caught off guard, pushing hard north. Oh, he might take out that MGS. MGS is hurting right now. One MGS is destroyed. This is where it gets sketchy. You're coming around. Oh, smacking the Abrams in the face, but now you are face to face with Abrams. Two shots. There's the MGS now. 2 times. 2v1. And now you're... Bud is facing M60 dead. 5 tickets. Abrams and MGS
We've been too aggressive with the tanks.
loop back to the repair station to repair. One M60 staying back. Now a 2v1 on armor up there. Even though they got the MGS, it is 2 to 69. It's still a close game. I mean, it's not that much of a disparity. It came down to armor. Looks like we do have a sneaky push coming in, but down to 2 tickets. Lat shot misses the Cobra. US Hab is offline. I'm assuming they don't know exactly where the radio is. They're marking the Logi. The Logi was left at the radio.
On the squad, just don't say that.
Cardinal send. And that's it. 67 to 0.
Not bad, not bad.
67 and 0 in favor of US. TLF getting beat up a little bit on the armor fight. There's some concerns over logistics and how everybody was playing. We've got 148 kills to 154, but 19 vehicles to 7. Let's do a quick scroll with DS taking up TLF along with TWS. RTB. Now we've got the US side made up of KOF, EP, UNN, WA, and CS. Couple RTB and some more EP down here playing in some of the armor. Timeline, I mean, at the very beginning, lots of stuff happening. US lost both of their lodges early, slowed down. They had no foothold to be able to take the mid-map or mid-cap. Tanks helping out a little bit in terms of the ticket disparity, but you can see it stayed pretty close here in the midsection, and then finally the disparity grew as vehicles started going down. We also have one radio lost for US. Total of 6 fobs created. That's not a bad ratio. All right, guys, we are now on to Scorpo. I'm interested to see how folks feel about this. Wanted to throw in something a little different. We've got the WPMC Air Assault Unit facing the British Armed Forces Air Assault Unit. This is largely going to be about speed and maneuverability, especially on the terrain of this map. Want to say a big thank you to everybody taking part, watching the stream. Also in-game, we were able to seed really, really quickly, which is awesome. Really trying to throw out some different maps and different styles of play to see what happens and see how folks react to it. So far, the server hasn't emptied out, so I guess this is an okay pick. But Scorpo doesn't get played a ton, so this is gonna be kind of fun. WPMC has a lot of speed and ability in terms of just weaponry, and each team is going to have several helicopters to fly out. You've got 2 transports for WPMC. You got 3 helicopters for British. It's going to be kind of interesting. May the first person they get a tow down win, taking down these helicopters. Lots of speed, boats, and everything. Unfortunately, nothing really playing too close to the river. But this is also a fogless round, so everybody knows where the objectives are. That was something I wanted to try this time. All RAS is fogless currently. So if you didn't know, you know. But this is now our 4th map on the second Friday Night Fights. So let's see how this one's going to play out. WPMC also has an interesting option if they decide to position their MSV somewhere. They have an MSV mobile spawn vehicle that they could position somewhere. Of course, they have the M60T, not everyone's favorite tank, competing against the British Challenger. Again, lots of speed and LPPVs. You got a couple boats if you want to utilize those for some logistics. I mean, there is at least one cap for the British that's going to be placed near Neeland, so you could technically take a waterway there. Now, the WPMCs are going to be blue, featured as blue on the map and in the game, whereas the British Armed Forces will be featured as red.
Just really quick, am I allowed to run infantry as the Loach scout? Just to have a couple people that I can drop off in the back line? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to get ready for this. We got a minute and a half. As you can see, tons of speed, a lot of vehicles, which can sometimes be not the best thing for the WPMCs. You can lose a lot of vehicles, end up costing you a bunch of tickets. I think the British are going to have to spread out a little bit with some of their LPPVs, try to get in position. I'm hoping it's not just a slugfest. I want these teams to try to rush to this mid-cap, see how this goes. I was hoping for a layer closer to the water. Unfortunately, we got the more inner side, southern side layer. We'll see how this works.
Let's go to post up on ridge.
Who do we have back capping? Anybody?
This is a older map in the game. I think it's the largest map, if I remember correctly, in the game by like map size or just sheer kilometers. It is massive. We've got, oh man, WPMC's already lost a ticket. That's unfortunate. WPMC is also going to be starting here on the western side with the British coming in on the eastern side. I'm British. I'm probably going to full send this thing, see how it goes. Again, I was hoping for the layer that played a little bit closer to the water. But we'll see. We'll see how it ends up working out. Round has started. Vehicles are starting to move. Again, WPMC will be featured in blue. British Armed Forces will be featured in red. British Armed Forces have a long distance to cover. A little bit shorter ride for WPMC. Especially to fourth cap. WPMC likely will beat them, but WPMC also has to drive up a hill. And it looks like here comes the speedy, one of the speedy little birds. Flying out immediately. That's just the scout. They don't have the cast for another 40 seconds, meaning British might be able to get a helicopter on the ground towards mid-cap, start getting some bodies up here and get a foothold, which is important. You see both British helicopters flying in fast. One is actually going to try to go to ridge up here, while the other goes more towards a... Yeah, they're splitting up the helicopters. Probably a good thought. See if they can find a spot to drop this thing. There's a lot of trees up here. WPMC early is going to have the advantage of height, at least, as they drop out up there. Oh, British helicopter takes a hard landing. Bodies are jumping out now. They see the infantry up there. Looks like the Raven transport might have taken some damage. It might also be offline for a moment. Oh, no. British. I'm so happy that British decided to take the jump with the helicopters, try to get set up early. I think that's really, really important for them. WPMC has a long way to get here as well, but British are already set up. At the mid cap on the 7 cap layer. British have capped their first objective. Oh, gee. Wow. Laughing. Oh! They barricaded the exit here. One Humvee making it out for now. Oh, here comes the CAS. Close air support helicopter featuring rockets. Not very strong. Can go down in a couple shots, really. Looks like it's going to get out, but it's going to be dropping some rockets. It looks like it may have gotten a couple picks there. The radio here, not my favorite, but you got to do what you got to do. So, British early have the middle objective locked in. You've got a lot of vehicles still rolling out for the British. We have a couple of boats. A little bit of naval warfare potential here. Couple boats sneaking out. Oop, a little bit of a lag spike. We've got the Navy for the WPMCs making a move. Looks like they may try to get into that river. Slow down a cap, maybe? On Neeland?
We're stalling them on their second cap still.
Also, looks like that scout helicopter earlier may have dropped some bodies here at the second cap for British. Stalling British cap was the call. That might be a really good play for the WPMC. Try to stall as long as they can. Move bodies up a little bit slower pace, but get ready for an overtake somewhere on mid cap. Yep, just a few guys here making it painful.
Dismount here, move under the bridge, try and get to the cap.
All right, they just need a British at this point need to sneak somebody in, try to get the cap going. Looks like they have the option. Couple WPMC dead here. WPMCs have now captured 2 of their flags. British still lagging a little behind in cap. You do have WPMC driving their boats up. Not sure if they're going to try to go on foot and get through, like maybe work their way to Neelan, but they need to hurry up if they want to try to get a foothold. Here's some GLs going off. Still, British holding mid-cap with a small group. They have a FOB set up. They have a HAB. We need those technical mortars for the... Technical mortars for the US. I'm sorry, the WPMC need to get moving. Are they moving guys up? Are the British going to send some guys forward? You do have some forces trying to push into Ridge still. Yep, looks like they're going to keep dumping bodies up here. I'm loving the aggression. Yep, dropping a few guys off. They can keep applying pressure to Ridge, slow down their cap. Oh, a GL. Oh, helicopter's going to go offline for a minute.
Hey, try to pick me up real quick so I can get the heli out. I got killed by a fucking grenade.
Pilot out of the vehicle. You got infantry pushing down. They're not going to be able to... that's going to be tough. Helicopter is smoking. Limited infantry presence. There goes the back rotor. I don't think that they know that there's a rally up there that they're just spawning off of, and they were just kind of watching the helicopter come down. British have more tickets right now, 268 to 248. Looks like now we also have a push over here on this side of the ridge. So British is trying to get control of these hills. Slow down WPMC's roll a little bit. Little bird moving in. Looks like that's the scout. No weapons attached to that one. Now the weapon, little bird, weaponized little cast helicopter coming out of main. Vehicle helping out this more northern side of the fight. The southern ridge fight kind of slowed down, except they might be able to, British might be able to burn the rally here.
Squad 1, there's infantry close to our rally here.
Alright, I'm struggling to get up to this point.
Oh, there comes some rockets in on top of a little bit of the British infantry. I think it missed just a hair. Cast helicopter doesn't have a ton of ammo on board, can create a little bit of chaos. Looks like rally is getting close to being burned. Third caps are capped for both sides. British has the ability now to cap the mid cap. British is up 283 to 258. It's about a 30 ticket difference, and they're going to get another little bit of a ticket boost. Yep, the rally did burn up here. WPMC has lost their foothold on the north, and they have a helicopter currently stranded, which is very problematic, especially on this map. They really need the cast helicopter just to kill the heli. Take the ticket loss, try to get that back in rotation. Of course, the British do have a helicopter also stranded currently. Still have a decent amount of infantry presence here. You do have WPMC going further north. I'm sorry, further south to try to set up a radio.
From the west. On the right side of it.
Taking the middle.
All right, WPMC up here trying to make sure the infantry's dead. Probably going to kill the helicopter. No, it looks like they just want to make sure they're not going to get it back up and running at least anytime soon. Up, it's burning, so it is going to blow up. But I'll put it back in rotation. They need to kill their friendly helicopter as well if they can't get it out of there. 5 tickets is probably a good idea for WPMC. They need to balance out the score a little bit, and they are doing that. It's now a 10-ticket battle. Oh, just heard a helicopter get busted up here. The other transport currently down.
We killed an open top there. It's an old mark. Possibly burned over.
British has full control over the mid cap. They have infantry running up the hill.
But it's only a plate that I can place it, so I'll work on getting the next one down. Oh, never mind, Demon already did it.
All right, guys, we have, looks like WPMC is taking care of everything. Now they're going to be in an infantry fight here on the hill in a moment. Shout out to Murphy for the raid. I know you won't hear this for 15 minutes, but I really do appreciate it. This British infantry pushing up the hill is kind of in trouble. There's now about a 30 ticket difference between the teams. WPMC is down about 30 tickets to British. British have a pretty decent amount of control. They're going to get that ticket boost from that cap of the middle objective. Now it's up to WPMC to figure out how to get in here. They do have a push coming in on the far northeast. Some WPMCs are trying to move in and looking like they want to try to take the mid cap. Oh my gosh. One CPV going for a roll. taking some shots. On fire. That is doomed. Unfortunately. WPMC getting a sneaky radio down here to the north of the cap.
Before that dude just died, but we'll go for it anyway.
Looks like they can get a hab down, maybe start applying pressure from the north. You also have some infantry very far out on the northeast, coming up behind the British's second radio. The British have now 2 radios setting up for their hold here at mid-cap. You have a group of infantry that was on the boats earlier, now going on foot. Several infantry also sort of out of position at this point down here. They need to pick up, maybe get them back in the fight. If the scout could pick up a couple of them, especially that combat NG, and get them closer up in the to what might happen unless they're just going to hold position here to cut off logistics supply. That's also an option. So I guess they're not completely out of the fight. I forget there's a tunnel. My bad. Yeah, here comes the spawns on this more northern fob.
We got the high grounds.
You do have some sneaky folks trying to get in closer to Ridge, though, for the British. It's about a 50 ticket difference in favor of the British faction, who holds the mid-cap. They're going to be in red. Blue is going to be the WPMCs, who are starting to make their push towards mid. Yep, they do have a push coming in, closing in on Ridge. They have already found the radio.
We could use them on L1654. Their hab is over here along with a lot of infantry. Careful pushing up.
Looks like you have some WPMC now falling back to help support the cap, but there's not much here between this hab, the radio, and this push coming in to slow down the British from taking this radio. They have the hab now, and they have the radio figured out. Not a lot of progress yet here on the attack for the WPMC. Numbers game might be in favor of the WPMC a little bit here. It looks like they're starting to make a little bit of progress towards cap zone. The cap zone is really on that bridge there towards the middle. You can see the red kind of arches. That's the cap zone that the WPMCs need to get to cap this.
Radio's meant to be on bleed on Ridge. We're gonna lose the hub.
They're calling that the radio at Ridge is now going to be probably put on bleed. They're going to lose the radio. If I'm WPMC, am I thinking maybe all out push now? Like try to speed this up? There are some guys close. They might be able to stall the radio, but you do have guys actually playing the northern Ridge here, looking at the radio and the hab basically. So that's going to be a really tough grab. Yeah, you can't even get to it to try to take it over. Radio is on bleed for the WPMC. That's going to be a 20 ticket drop. I don't think they're going to be able to resecure that. They don't have anybody close enough. That's probably going to bleed out. They might be able to retake the hab, or they have retaken the hab for the most part. Nah, kind of. There's one guy left for British. British are cleared from the hab. They will unlikely that they get back to the radio, though. You get a marksman watching it. Couple guys. trying to look through this map to figure out the fob situation. You do have some British making some progress towards the WPMC radio. We've got a British radio here. And a British radio up on the hill. And it looks like this is the call out I just heard, that the WPMCs have one guy on the radio trying to dig it down. You have one person from the British Armed Forces still up here. And he is dead. This looks like it's going to be a radio trade. Probably a radio trade on this hill and ridge. So the 20 tickets that the WPMCs lost, that one radio will be sort of traded out with this one. Because I don't see anybody close enough unless they drop a helicopter in. Looks like the scout helicopter may have indeed picked up a few infantry to move them back closer to the fight. They're coming up here potentially to support the radio to make sure this goes down. It is 172 to 227 in favor of the British. If they get this radio, it'll be closer to 170 to 200. 207. So instead of 50 tickets, it's about 30 tickets if that once that radio goes down. But WPMCs are running the risk of losing this more northern radio here. There's nothing behind them. It is just a push frontal assault towards the radio.
Maybe on the other side of the road.
Good luck getting a Vic there. Shit is a nightmare. Yeah, is it hot over there? This might be the best thing we have. It's very hot. Copy. They're coming from the north too.
How far there's 6.
Still waiting on that radio to bleed. I think that'll go down here in a minute, making it about a 30 to 40 ticket game in that range.
Who feels a toe fob against PMC?
Against Airwood, come on. Shoot helis down, seriously? They're not hitting those. One, do I need to pull my guys back to Ridge, or can yours handle it?
All right, there goes the radio. It is now a 30 ticket game, 34 ticket game.
That we're gonna lose it.
Copy.
Looks like they... WPMC's trying to hold this radio to the north. Still a lot of British playing on mid-cap. You still have some British playing the ridge, trying to apply some pressure. Keeping WPMC kind of honest about what they're going to commit to the attack.
Let me know if we're gonna need the toe fob. If we're gonna need Artie on this point, just to hold it, let me know. I can get it out.
So far, so good. I haven't managed to take the flag yet.
159 to 191 in favor of the British. WPMC can get a hold here. I don't know if the techie mortars are out and running around. I guess one of them is. There is also a WPMC that's going to be the M60 tank up and about. I don't see the Challenger yet, unless I'm missing it. Sneaky boat playing way out here. $30 ticket difference currently. The WPMC need a couple of picks to try to balance the fight out. Just under a 30 ticket difference. It's not that big of a separation. Most of these matches have been pretty close, especially at this point in the round, it seems. You have some British still applying some pressure here on the northern side of Ridge, trying to create a little bit of chaos at least. Again, trying to keep WPMC a little bit honest about how much they want to commit to the attack. WPMC holding a squad back to play on the defensive. A little bit of a sniper battle between the ridges. 29 tickets is all that separates the teams. British have not made much progress towards the hab now. It looks like WPMC is able to spread out a little bit more. You have had some guys get a little bit closer to the cap radius of the mid cap.
Yeah, seen. He's following the 6 diamonds up there on the northwest side.
Looks like possible helicopter trying to sneak around, but they don't have anybody with them, so I'm wondering if they're just spotting. Still don't see the British tank spawned. Unless it was killed and I missed it, that'd be unfortunate. Heli might be trying to scout whatever might not be out in the field.
Enemy heli landed.
HMG bunker can hold down, slow down some of that infantry push. Looks like you got some guys up here on canoes. Moving down the river. They've got one of the Gatling gun techies. They're going to be rolling down from a different direction now. British are almost fishbowled a little bit. As long as WPMC can keep their hab up on the north side.
I need a bandage, buddy.
Enemy hab is rotored. Enemy hab is rotored. Squad for it. He has the infantry dismounts.
We're overrun at Ridge. We're gonna start camping soon.
Yeah, we destroyed heli.
Oh, heli called out as destroyed. WPMC infantry still sitting here pretty comfortably. You've got at least one British Armed Forces person trying to sneak around, getting closer to that radio. But they do have a rally there as a little bit of an alert.
Infantry on your left side tank on attack mark.
This is becoming a pretty good infantry fight here. As they try to just hold out. Oh, British are starting to take advantage of trying to cap WPMC's back cap. It also looks like British have spotted the radio for the WPMCs and are going to artillery it with a static barrage, which might actually kill the radio.
We need to organize logistics for the next defensive move.
We need to clear out the dismounts from the heli first. That's where west.
Group of infantry dismounted here to the west. Looks like that has mostly been cleared up. It looks like one guy left.
Oh no, they had a 30-minute. That makes sense.
Is he going through the tunnel or is he going up the hill?
Challenger is now out and about, but driving past looks like a combat NG. We're trying to. All right, here comes artillery on the radio. These guys need to probably stay close because that radio will likely be on bleed. It's a small radius, meaning the impact will be a little bit more severe closer to the radio itself. Radio is down one layer, meaning you can't spawn here. It is now on bleed. This is going to be tight to see if these guys can get out of the hab eventually and run down and try to fix the radio before it bleeds out. That would be really tough for the WPCs to recover from. You do have some British Armed Forces getting close to the fob down here at the mid cap. That's a call that they found the hab down here on the river near midcap. British have it proxied. There's no respawns available for WPMC. They've got to see if they can get rid of that radio before the British Armed Forces get to that. They cannot lose 2 radios here. Let's see if they can save this radio. They've either got to fix it or delete it before it bleeds out. Looks like they will be able to fix it. 2 guys on it. It is fixed, so they're not going to lose that one. That was kind of close. Now it's up to WPMCs to also save this radio.
6, do you think your guys on L15 could get that radio before the enemies do?
They're trying, but they're getting slaughtered.
Copy.
Squad 1 has lost its spawn point. Bridge should be capped soon.
Looks like this radio is up for grabs for the British Armed Forces. The fight shifting more in favor of the British Armed Forces, which I
see the Grenadier? He's dead.
I kind of thought that the WPMCs would have a little bit of a leg up on this map, given the speed. MSV, CAS helicopter maybe causing a little chaos, but it looks like the British Armed Forces, with their push, especially to mid-cap, was able to slow down a few things, especially at Ridge, causing a little bit of maybe some frustration for the WPMCs to be able to advance very quickly. They have not been able to apply a ton of pressure to the mid-cap. They did get that fob set up, and they were sending some bodies in, but there's a lot of volume of British Armed Forces. And meanwhile, they started to apply pressure to Ridge, having to shift bodies back to play more of a defensive situation on Ridge. There's now about a 60 ticket difference in favor of the British Armed Forces. Looks like the WPMC have been able to push the British off the ridge for the most part. 1 guy on ridge remaining. They still have a rally over here. But you've got these couple of WPMCs trying to sniff all that out. Trying to figure out how to kill their push. Yeah, the ridge has been cleared. Oh, now looks like the British are now going to start. Have started mortaring the radio we looked at earlier that got artilleried.
This is 1. I think I'm gonna send my guys to dig down the ridge.
Radio may not be here much longer. But they are really hitting this thing. They want the 20 tickets. It is bleeding. They're going to try to shovel it down. It's going to be tough. Nope. That might be all she wrote for this radio, so they will likely lose this one unless these 2 guys can get in and try to dismantle it. Nope. That is such a hard thing to do if timed well with the mortars. And if they're accurate. And they are both. This radio is going to bleed out. That's going to cost WPMCs another 20 tickets. This is going to be probably the more lopsided round that we've had thus far. Yep. Where you guys try to get to it, it didn't pan out. This is going to put WPMCs at 37 tickets. It'll be 37 to about 140, 142, 141. There it is, 37 to 140. So let's take a look here. WPMCs with 121 kills to 140. 8 vehicles destroyed for WPMC versus 6. 40 revives to 70 revives. WPMC doesn't really have much of a choice except to try to get whatever the picks they can and play defensively. $17 to 137. This is gonna be about 120 ticket difference right now. Couple radios lost, cost about 40. British Armed Forces also capped an extra objective. Now you've got some British Armed Forces trying to mount a little bit of an assault, maybe trying to come up the hill face to face with WPMC. They're also applying pressure up here on the north end. But you have a decent amount of bodies still controlling the area for WPMC. It's not a complete loss. You have the MSV in position. It looks like WPMC is also trying to get a new fob down, trying to maintain control over this area. Seems a little bit risky. If the British are able to find it or mark it, they know how they can mortar it if they are in within range. I don't know if any of the British are actually looking at it or see it though. $16 to 132. We are about 40 minutes into the round. Mortars are still coming in. I'm not sure exactly where they're hitting yet. Looks like they're still hitting the radio mark from earlier, but that is gone.
I don't even see a hab down here. They gotta be working off a rally.
WPMCs don't really have a ton that they can do other than maybe try to hit this tank. This is such a big map to try to traverse with a camera. You have some British Armed Forces trying to fishbowl into Ridge a little bit. It's going to be a tough one. You do have a hat kit waiting on the tank over here.
My AT finally got eyes on the damn Challenger. He's coming down the hill now.
Let's see if the hat kit gets a shot on it. The Challenger rolling down the hill pretty quick.
I mean, we can.
Oh. Nope, did not track it.
It's gonna already their location. It's fine. If it, I'll see it. No, it goes tanks out of battle, so.
And hat kit dead. The Challenger lives.
Pretty sure. I've heard commanders do it before. This is the guy.
11 to 127. A slow burn here at the end of the Scorpio round. It looks like WPMC are going to drop this one to the British Armed Forces, unfortunately. British Armed Forces now have a position coming in back here. They are close to the MSV, which is a very valuable asset in terms of tickets. But they don't know it's there. They're kind of walking right on past it, unfortunately. That's a 20 ticket vehicle. And they do have a hat kit. And a lat kit.
Enemy challengers in RTB.
Enemy is landing south of our SB right now.
British Armed Forces are trying to make a push towards this point, and they are slowly closing in. I don't know if there's going to be enough time based on tickets to actually get it. But it has turned into a fight on this ridge. Oh, the CAS helicopter trying to put some shots here on the British helicopter. I thought we'd see a little bit more of this. Trying to get that tail rotor, maybe. A little bit behind. Little Bird's gonna steer off of that for now. Enemy tank spotting. CAS helicopter looks like. We're down to 8 tickets for the WPMC. Looking like it's going to be definitely British Armed Forces taking this one by about 100 or so tickets. I don't think the British Armed Forces will be able to get this cap. But they did find the radio.
There's one guy
And it is on bleed. Looks like we're repairing the radio. There's a guy here, though. Huh. That should be it for this. I think they're going to lose that radio, and that is it. British Armed Forces winning 113-0. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. 146 kills to 155. Pretty close in terms of kills. Vehicle kills, same boat. 30 more revives for the British Armed Forces.
I think we can blame this one on judges.
Again, shout out DS, TWS, RTB, EP. So many folks coming out for the games. KOF as well. Unnamed. Take a look at the timeline. Pretty close at the forefront. Lots of helicopter kills. And then it started to build in disparity, especially after losing 2 radios for the WPMC. Overall, WPMC had 4 FOBs created, and they lost 4 radios. Dang. 3 created for the British, and they lost 1. Vehicle losses, 45 tickets to 76. That's a little bit more of the disparity there, too. And gunfight seemed pretty on point. All right, server's holding out for a 5th map. I'm going to see if we can broadcast this one. That'll probably be the last broadcast of the evening. We've got the RGF, Russian Ground Forces, facing the Canadian Armed Forces. RGF will be blue on the map, and in the game, CAF will be red. This is going to be on Fallujah, which is a dense urban map, as you can tell. It is an AAS layer. All objectives are revealed at the forefront. Likely going to be a lot of contact near the Commercial District, Blue Mosque, Crossroads Central. We're going to have the Canadian Armed Forces gearing up on the western side, pushing into the city. Russian ground forces pushing in from the eastern side of the city and taking up that middle. Blue Mosque often is a difficult place to take because of the objective itself and how it's laid out. But it's also tough to take Commercial District, and in this area, just because it's such an urban environment, a lot of windows, apartments, places to hang out in. This is a 7 cap layer, which means Commercial District is technically the mid cap.
Okay, cool. We'll take the BTRD.
For vehicles, you have the Russian ground forces with 3 BTR-82s and 1 BTR-80. They also get a T-90 tank and 2 BRDMs. Going against 3 LAV-6s and a Leopard. You also have a TAP-V, which is not necessarily going to be an IFE or anything like that. It's a recon vehicle. And then you have a couple Love WC-6s, which are just some very speedy light vehicles, along with 2 Logis per side, couple transports for either side.
I can either set up another mortar base, or we'll just run mortars in the base that we have.
First things first, where do we want to run from in? What radio do we want to get put down? I'm gonna be honest.
Q has finally died down. It's getting late here on the North American side. Again, I appreciate everybody coming to hang out and being a part of the event in-game and watching stream. Again, this is probably the last broadcast for the evening.
And then get a bunch of rallies down in the woods.
I will go mosque and pop up there.
Anyone back, Kevin?
I like that.
I do not mind putting my 2 men on back cap. 1 bit.
Whoever's not in the Logi, I would say put them on the back half.
All right, so again, we're going to have the Canadian Armed Forces coming out here from the west side. They're going to be in red. You have the we have the RGF. We're going to be on their side. They're going to be blue, coming out of the eastern side of the map.
Thank you, too. Do we avoid that MSR?
Expectation is some pretty good fights between the LAV-6s and the BTR-82s. The LAV-6s, in my opinion, a little bit stronger, a little bit tougher, but you do have a BTR-80 thrown in there as well, and a couple BRDMs, which can certainly do some damage. All right, and we are about at the rollout, and here it begins. Let's see. I want to see how the Canadian Armed Forces plan to roll out again. My assumption is that they're going to keep those LAV-6s together because the armor is going to be pretty critical here, but it is tough to keep them alive. You want wheeled armor, though. They can help each other out, especially if they stick together. It looks like you got 2 of them rolling out. Currently, 1 staying in main. Oh, no. 2 LAV-6s are out of main. Let's see on the other side. Russian ground forces main looks empty. So let's see. We've got a couple of transports or lodges down the main lane here as well. BTR-80's got a few extra bodies on board. We got a BTR-82, I think. Yep. Moving down on this more southern side. Did all of the armor split? No, a couple BTR-82s, I guess, are up here. sticking together. So 2 BTR-82s might be going more middle, north middle, well, along with the 80, while one goes south. And this transport gone. Runs directly into an LAV6 watching the main lane. Do have a radio getting set up for the Canadian Armed Forces near Commercial District. They have the early presence at Commercial District, especially on the northern side. Of course, Russia's going to go ahead and get to the mosque, get set up with a radio in Hab. Looks like that's being developed here. All 2 LAV6s and a TAP V now sitting here main lane. No BTR-82 near a point where they can really respond yet. You also have a TAP V just shooting some GLs up here, making sure everyone's down. It's 240 in favor, 240 to 249 in favor of Canada. All right, we got a BRDM sitting up here. Couple BTR-82s. LAVs might come in contact. LAV is now, one LAV is isolated from the other. They are split up. BTR-82s are backing off. One just took a shot. Total of 2 FOBs are set up, one for each team. Oh, BRDM versus a TAP V is not a good fight for the TAP V. But LAV is here to help. Other LAV taking a shot, it sounded like. Oh, LAV6 backing off as quick as they can. They are burning now, middle of the road. That is not ideal. They got to get that under control quickly, try to get out. Fires out. Are they going to be able to get it out of there? Or is another lat shot going to come in? Just heard a vehicle die a little bit to the north here. BTR-82 destroyed. LAV6 probably handled it. 280. Yeah, 282s down. We missed a little bit of a fight. 282s are destroyed. TAP V's backing off. LAV6 was able to get out, the one that was on fire. There still is an LAV6 in Maine, I think, that has not been brought out. All right, so let's take a look at what's going on back here. It looks like some RGF maybe on that early, one of those early vehicles. Yep, and one of the 82s did a mech inf drop that I missed, per usual. Here on the south side, stalling the second cap for the Canadian Armed Forces. So Canadian Armed Forces are playing on the mid cap, but they don't have their second cap. And they don't have anybody here to combat this, especially given that there's a BTR-82 basically acting as QRF nearby. So what I'll be curious about is if now if they take the other LAV, try to get both in the field, applying some pressure.
That's not a good thing.
Looks like we got some Canadian Armed Forces taking the tunnels. Still, Russian ground force have a pretty solid foothold here at the mosque, and they are capping mosque, which would leave them in a potential spot to push to commercial district. Canada can't really do anything to mosque because they don't have their back caps, unfortunately. The round right now stands at a 5-ticket difference. Canada really needs to get just 1 or 2 infantry in cap radius, start grabbing this, but the BTR-82 is sitting in a position to cut off this group of infantry now moving in. And they have been spotted. Here comes the BTR-82 to assist. They need this LAV-6 probably to come kill the BTR-82 if possible. But the BTR-82 does have infantry support. LAV-6 might have a shot right here. It does. Early shots on the BTR. LAV-6 is definitely going to try to push this. BTR-82 might be engined. It's going to come up behind the BTR. Oh, they don't know it's there. LAV taking a little extra damage. Takes a shot from the lat. I don't see another lat in position yet. Now the LAV's hurt. Looks like it might be engined. BTR-82 still sitting here getting repaired. They're backing it up.
How's the defense according to the helmets? They're all yeah, they keep infiltrating.
Other LAV coming in to help. That's convenient. Let's see if the BTR backs up into this to see if they can kill.
He's damaged. He's damaged. Yeah, right side in the alleyway, marked on the map. I don't think he moved.
Other LAV coming in on the assist. That is big. Great teamwork.
What's up?
Go to commercial. We don't have it secured. We stopped capping. We stopped. No, we don't have that shit.
So Canada was able to get in, grab Rosala. They can now move to Central to start capping that. Commercial district is getting Canada is in position for commercial district. Sorry, RGF has Blue Mosque. Ticket difference is just under 10 tickets, 234 to 240 in favor of Canada.
I think you should go to 10 move worker. Yeah, I plan on doing that. But I need some people with me. Running on foot was all that's a 10.
BTR is going to assist with new creation fob south.
Plenty of Canadian Armed Forces here to hold commercial district. They have their hab set up, but it is susceptible to mortars because it's in the middle of this space.
Pecker, go around. Go around, Pecker.
This is like where this push becomes very difficult for Canada. Getting across this road if they do want to try to get to Mosque. They are grabbing Commercial District. Canada's grabbing Commercial District. They have a wave of infantry coming in, but I don't think they're going to cap that running directly into it. However, Canada does also have some guys playing some backline, trying to get behind Mosque. Hold both sides of it. Canada just took a little bit of a point boost from that capture as well. We've got the BTR-80 sitting here. I don't think he's going to see too much in this spot right now until these LAV-6s get back in the fight. I would imagine they went to repair. Looks like they did. One LAV-6 is rolling back out. Squad 10 of the Russian ground forces is in a position to potentially move north and disrupt some Commercial District. If they just keep moving this way. BTR-80 playing a little bit more aggressive here. Looking for anything they can find. They might spot this Logi. I don't know if they just saw it going around the corner. No, pulled in the wrong street. Lat shot misses. Goes right overhead. Oh, LAV-6 coming down the main lane. BTR-80 might be engined. He's running smoke, but he is going to go down. He is engined. It's only a matter of time for the LAV-6 basically pulls up next to him to take him out. Looks like the hatch shot is going to finish the BTR-80. LAV-6 not having to worry about it. Looks like we got the T-90 North Leopard still sitting in Maine, so the Canadian Armed Forces tank has not left Maine, but the T-90 is in the field, hanging out in the desert. We'll go take a look at that in a minute. Be interesting to see how aggressive they push this up to see if maybe they can get an LAV kill or two. That would help out the Russian ground forces a whole bunch. It is 5 minutes before, or sorry, 30 seconds before we get one or couple of the BTR-82s back in the fight. I think two of them died pretty close to one another.
Don't get too close. Roger. You think you might move Marsh too close? Roger.
One shot MGL.
This is just a tough thing for the Canadian Armed Forces to have to do. They need to get a different angle, not run just directly across the street here. It's tough to push across there. All right, Canada's Commercial District is 267 to 202. A couple of caps boosting up Canada's ticket count. They're capturing the majority there, giving them at least 20 tickets extra that RGF didn't take. But RGF does have a logistics. They did get a logistics vehicle back here. They do have a HAB coming up. They can start applying pressure on the south side of Commercial District. However, Canada seems to be almost prepared for that. Canada's also starting to make progress across the street. These LAV-6s are just going to be a problem. They're going to cut off so much stuff for RGF until these BTRs can roll out. Both BTRs moving north, probably going to try to rendezvous with the T-90. The Leopard tank is still sitting in Maine. Mortars back up and running, off and on. RGF down on tickets, about 70 tickets right now. They got to get some vehicle kills or something to help balance this out. They are making a push. Canada did get across the road. They've shifted their focus for the attack and unfortunately gave a window for Canada to get across the road, start applying pressure. They are capping now on Mosque.
Guys, we literally don't have to push off a mosque this game. Yeah, we can also just attack off rallies too.
A lot of yelling from the characters in the game. All right, so now they realize they have no position here anymore. The hab is offline.
Maybe we can try for a double news on the hab. We can try it. We're not getting a double news.
Radio's probably heard, if not already found. Yeah, it's found. I forgot it's in this window here. They just got to get to it, which is going to take a second. Looks like Canada's still holding up at Commercial District, but it's pretty thin right now. Russia needs to push across, maybe see if they can cap it or stall their ability, Canada's ability to spawn there. That's going to be unlikely at this point. Canada is almost neutralized. Mosque. BTR 82 stacked up with a T90. A Leopard for Canada still sitting in Maine. They really need to find a LAV to blow up. It looks like the BTRs might support the tank and try to apply pressure? Question mark? Looks like they're rolling in. I worry about the tank coming down here, but you got to do what you got to do. If the tank can set up and just try to keep the LAVs back, that would be a huge help right now for the Russian ground forces. It is 188 to 249. It's not insurmountable, but it is not looking great. Canada's already pushing through the mosque. Russian ground forces trying to get to Commercial District. The LAV-6 here is just holding a defensive position, trying to get healed up. BTRs probably know. It looks like it's marked. Yeah, it's marked. LAV's marked, so they know where it is. I just don't know if they want to get too aggressive. They're now calling to dig down the E6 radio. Russia is. Get rid of this so it's not at a loss because they're not going to hold this point. They're getting ready to reset on hill. But this is going to be a pretty massive trade in tickets. These BTRs need to probably get aggressive at this point. Go ahead and push the LAV. They're getting marked. Canada is marking the vehicles. Leopard's still sitting in Maine, but an LAV-6 is now rolling out of Maine. Canada has full control over Mosque. It looks like that radio is probably on bleed. Let's check. Radio is on bleed. It is sealed up back in the fortifications that were placed there to begin with. BTR 82 still shuffling around here. T90 might be repositioning entirely at this point. Got a BRD. No, is that one of the BTR 82s? That is one of the BTR 82s. The RGF push gone. KM Force is putting a southern radio down. Way down here. Unless I missed that getting placed. The Logi's right next to the radio. Oh, apologies. This is a Russian ground force radio? With Canadians on it?
That tank mark south is an estimate.
No.
What do you think they attacked Blue Moss from?
Canadian radio. I don't know.
It has no idea.
It's getting late.
I looked around that north side. I didn't see any habs or anything.
I
think
went
they
all
just
the way
came
through
from
their
west.
radio mark. I didn't see shit. Maybe F5, G5 then. The east side.
Did they do some weird shit where they put like the hab in the tunnels or something?
Could be, could be.
I think that we just didn't have enough people on point.
Yeah, they didn't put anything under the tunnel. They're trying to figure out what happened at Mosque. They shifted focus to the attack, lost the front line here, it seemed like, and then Canada just full sent for the radio and the point. BTR's now in a fight here. One BTR 82 dead. The LAV now trying to engage on the second BTR. LAV 6 destroyed.
Yeah, don't freak out though.
Trade of BTRs.
Not that bad.
They're pushing
we don't
east
wanna.
of Blue Mosque somewhere. I believe somewhere from the southeast.
Watch out, 10. That tank has eyes on Scarry Hill.
John and Q. John and Q. Enemy radio marked accurate.
seeing anything on
F6.
industrial right now.
Copy that.
Oh, they have found... Okay. Russian ground forces found the radio. Down here. It is 117-284 in favor of the Canadian Armed Forces. RGF needs to get a couple sneaky things done. Leopard is finally in play. Now rolling around here to maybe come help the radio. There's a limitation to what they can do. I don't know if the Russian ground forces know this guy's coming back here. Oh, Leopard is RTB, it looks like.
Tank is somewhere on my moon marks, about 14.
Not engaging.
Very rough mark.
They need this grab and a whole bunch of stuff to try to balance the round here. This radio's on bleed. That's going to be 20. I don't think any Canadians are super close. There's one SL not too far away, but they might get this radio. They are also on a bleed, which is unfortunate because that's going to take 1 ticket per minute away from RGF. And RGF is already dealing with a push onto Ascari Hill. Canadians have gone through part of the city now and are starting to apply pressure, keeping... Oh, we got an armor fight potentially happening.
They're surrounding our hab on
LAV-6, you do not want the ass into the BTR towards LAV-6. BTR goes down. Second BTR lighting up the LAV-6. LAV-6 destroyed. 2 LAV-6s are down. Looks like they will lose a radio as well, being Canada. That'll help a little bit, but they did lose a BTR in the process.
Okay, that makes sense.
Alright, I want all infantry squads trying to position for an attack on Blue Moss. We've got 4 minutes on Artie. 89 tickets left. We have to take Blue Moss back. We want a chance to win.
Looks like this radio will go down. Also, stranded logistics vehicle here with the radio. Probably not ideal to have that so close to the radio. Just a thought. We do have RGF trying to get back into Mosque. This could be possible because Canada has not resituated a radio or hab to hold Mosque. They're still playing from the far side of Mosque, away from Ascari Hill. They just need some bodies to shove in here to Mosque and try to get that cap going. That would be a huge shift in tickets. Buy them some more time to figure out how they can handle the rest of the round. It looks like an LAV is trying to help out down at that radio, but that radio has bled out. It's 85-239, very heavily in favor of Canadian Armed Forces.
Enemy radio and hab found on commercial.
RGF now know where the radio and the hab are on commercial district. They got to make some pretty heavy moves here. They need to get this BTR out before that's a loss. with this infantry surrounding it.
Is Tarnation digging radio now?
He's camping it right now. He's not digging it just yet.
There's nobody on Mosque right now, and Russia doesn't have anybody to push in.
I believe it's RTB, but I don't have evidence for that.
Tank was last seen on Squad 14 mile marks down south 5 minutes ago.
BTR is still sitting here.
So do we not see any of the? Do they not have a hab up on Mosque?
Getting repaired.
Probably inside.
Why is the BRDM? Oh my gosh.
Okay, we have a mortar up if we have targets.
Yeah, just shell Mosque right now.
There is a hack kit. I'm trying to see if this hack can't get in position to hit the BTR-82. He hears the footsteps. Back in the vehicle. Vehicle's mobile. Killed the hack kit. BTR-82 needs to move north on this road. Try to get out of here. Try to get away from the infantry. Live to see another day. But man, RGF had an opportunity here. They still do. If they could just get bodies off of defense and into Moss, they could get a 60 ticket bump, because there is hardly anybody right now playing Moss. They are mortaring almost nothing. They don't know that, of course, but they got to get bodies moved up. They really need like a BTR just to try to bring some guys up with speed instead of having to play through blocks and blocks of city urban environment that's going to slow them down immensely. You can see now they're trying to make that push. But that's a tough run through those streets.
68 tickets. Can we get the armor to pull back and support the attack on Blue Mosque? We have to take Blue Mosque. It's GG.
Yeah, they know, but now you got Canadian Armed Forces coming in, respawning, bringing bodies into the mid cap here.
He's dead.
Tap V rolling out.
Maybe we can push up the tank. That's not it. There's only massive tank available.
Leopard, far north side. They found some infantry. This LAV found some infantry over here.
Can we get a dagger on the tower the sniper?
Leopard is still moving east, probably tank hunting, and it looks like they might come in contact here in a moment. RGF really needs this kill as well. They cannot lose the T90.
Get your boys in the cap zone and hold.
The window to try to grab Moss kind of closed a little bit. There's bodies starting to roll in for Canada. Which is going to make it a little bit difficult to take easily. They had a window there. Again, not that they knew it. Oh, looks like the T90 turned into town. But they shot a shell at what? Does the Leopard hear that? I mean, does the T90 hear the Leopard? No? You also have a transport sneaking around far north with the tank. I don't think the T90 knows. Instead, taking a more urban route. Thought we were going to see a little bit of a desert fight. They do have a lat trying to get to the tank. T90 sitting in the city. Leopard looks stalled up far north. RGF getting cluttered up here, but they're making some moves into the cap. This tap V might be a problem. T90 taking shots at the buildings, trying to clear out some of the infantry. They're just running into a grinder down here. Up. Tab V takes a shot from the T90. That's going to burn. I don't know if they're going to be able to fix that in this spot. Yeah, just command seat that to death. Is the Leopard going to turn here behind the T90? T90's turning around. Maybe that sixth sense kicking in here. Here comes... Is that the Leopard pulling up on the hill? It is. Ooh, if it rolls up. Oh, it is. They're going to... Oh, clip the truck. First shot, clip the truck back up. Tracked the T90. T90 currently returning fire. 2 shots, I think. I don't know if that one hit. That might have clipped. White smoke on the T90. I don't know. Oh, that missed. Looks like both of them are trying to take shots. Oh, wait. I guess it did miss. They're on fire. T90's on fire. They're trying to rep it. That is gone. T90's dead. BTR, please do not cross that road. If you are Russian ground forces, you do not want to cross that road right now, bud. Leopard backing off. Bodies moving on to Mosque. Russian ground forces are capping. They need this cap desperately to try to stay in the round here. It's 38 to 201. This would give them a 60 ticket boost, you know, making it about a 100 ticket game instead of 170 almost, 160. LAV is going to start cutting off a little bit of this infantry support coming into Mosque to help the Russian ground forces. There's not a ton of Canadian forces here, but they are capping. Russian ground forces are capping. Looks like they did save the Tap V. Incredible. RGF still capping. I assume that this artillery may be RGF just trying to slow down the Canadian forces from getting into cap radius. Still capping. BTR 82 fighting a long distance fight. Why are you turned backwards? Don't be turned backwards, please. I didn't see the beginning of it. I don't know what happened, but please. Here comes artillery. LAV6 destroyed. That's a good grab. So 185 to 35. RGF needs this cap. Like something fierce. They need to get some more bodies here to lock it down. This could be a huge bump for RGF. Looks like they had some infantry trying to apply pressure to the FOB for Canada. Doesn't look like that's affected too much. If they get this cap right now, 60 tickets for RGF, that would make it, they'd be at about 90 tickets to 177. 94 tickets.
We just killed 6+ people pushing to a scar.
Let's go, Cal. Sit tight.
They need this cap. They've got to slow down this little infantry push, this infantry move. You got to buffer this objective a little bit. Got some bodies down. They cannot lose momentum here. More RGF trying to get to the point. Meanwhile, something that I have not been keeping tabs on was the fact that Askari Hill Hab for RGF is currently offline. Canada at the radio, but it's not on bleed. Looks like 2 guys holding proxy right now. Another BTR-82 responding. You have a whole group of Canadian infantry moving in here. They cannot afford to lose this radio right now. And it looks like it's being dug. It is being dug. So while they are capping Moss, making progress, this is bleeding. More infantry coming up here to assist. But getting slowed down by the BTRs. They're starting to dismount some bodies out of the vehicle to try to fix the situation. Got to make the push.
They both stopped digging.
He stopped digging.
Oh, no. Oh, and they got him with the BTR. Probably a good play right now. Just being in there in case he died because they did push. Still a guy in the hab causing some havoc. Question will be if he goes and starts digging on the radio as well.
Big boy, get your goddamn rally down. Yeah.
Turn the corner. Does he see him? Russian ground forces still capping Mosque. They can save the radio. This is now gonna. This could be a close game now if they could grab Mosque. This is the key. Great push. I didn't think that was gonna work out the way it did. I thought they may have missed the window for the push. Looks like Canada's trying to get another radio set up. RGF did affect their hab finally. It's slowing down their ability to counter this push onto Mosque. Might be stabilizing now. Still one or two RGF in the area. Mosque is capped. It's now 86 to 156. That closed the gap. That's huge.
All right, command's gonna grab a logi from main. I need someone to escort me to mosque, please.
On the way.
I've got one.
They might as well almost get rid of this radio here because now it's going to be something that you're just going to be fighting over, and you don't need this to be a problem later. You have nobody here. It's half dug down. They're just protecting it. There's still more Canadians here than RGF. That's a trade.
Yeah, they have a super fast fire rate on those, right?
Enemy marked accurate.
78 to 148 in favor of the Canadian Armed Forces. The Armed Forces are going to start making a push probably back into Mosque soon. We need to see what's going on at this radio. Looks like some RGF is near it.
It's your call.
I'll try to save the radio.
RGF, I'm sorry, Canada digging down their friendly radio here, trying to save the tickets.
Where's protein take this logi?
To Mosque, I hope.
They're going to save tickets there. Probably a good idea. Kills now 145 to 155. 12 vehicles to 7 vehicles, creating a little bit of that disparity. Not to mention an extra cap. Couple BTRs here. Let's check on the radio status. Still half dug. Still Canadians here being a thorn in RGF side. They just need to get rid of that radio if they can get someone in that building, but it is not going well. You have a mass spawn of Canadians at their fob they've been using pretty much the entire game. I think they're going to start pushing back into Mosque. I did hear some chatter about potentially pushing to Commercial District. I don't know if that's a good idea for RGF. I think they just need a buffer Mosque itself, trying to kill or get some picks on some guys running into Mosque, slow them down, pick them off, whatever they need to do. Make it painful. They are going to try to get a radio on Mosque to hold it. 68 to 136. I'm excited to see the timeline because that was looking not great. Logi doing an Austin Powers against the wall. Looks like it's made it into cover, thankfully. Canada does not have a sizable push coming into Mosque yet. They are buffering their own objective, it looks like. 60 ticket swing. We are about 45 minutes into the round. Revives 90 to 80. Very close this game. Again, the vehicle differential kind of problematic for the Russian ground forces. Still, this radio exists back here, which is making me concerned. Looks like some guys might be able to get to it and get rid of it or repair it, but there's still Canadians nearby. I would not leave that at this point.
Alright, take that shit down.
4, you got.
Girl, can you back it up towards like just north here?
If you can get me up,
They are going to self-destruct the radio. Probably the smart play. They were trying to replace, not really replace, but set up a radio at Moss. That seems to be taking a minute. They did get it down. It is now set up. Hab will go up here shortly, I'd imagine. Radio's deleted. That's not at risk anymore. So now it's 66 to 128. I wish I remembered the math that I saw earlier when it looked like a much larger disparity and that RGF was going to have a tough time getting Moss back.
I think it's close, but I don't know. What do you think? You think we should attack?
I think we do not have enough for that. We've been getting kind of mauled here.
They're still debating an attack. I really think they just need to try to get a couple more. If they can get another vehicle kill or two.
Marked approximate. See, moving. He's got that street unlocked.
LAV holding, staying posted up.
I think it might be further. Like, I don't know. It's like around. It's very rough where it is.
BTR 82 setting up here. It looks like they may have killed that transport.
I don't want to lose, but I also really don't want to play this map.
I love Fallujah.
I love this map. I agree.
Bro, if we play this serious, this is pure pain. Pure
What does that
pain.
have on Blue Moss, fellas?
We don't fucking know. Oh, you mean the
Tab V sneaking up here. You've got the LAV6 still holding a lane. Man, they really need a ladder, a hat in a position to hit this LAV6. Otherwise, it's just going to keep getting picks. Other LAV6 not far off. If you push it now, could end up in a 2v1. That's not ideal for the BTRs. Oh, vehicle. Leopard. Killing the BRDM. Leopard still in kind of the same general vicinity that it was earlier. 2 BTRs. Are these both 82s? Yeah, BTR 82 is alive here.
Where to come help Moss to drive by?
This is fucked. My only place of hab.
2 needs to put down a different hab. That one's fucked.
Uh-oh, they're having hab issues, and Canada is trying to slowly make an effort in. One of the LAV6s is actually advancing. Into a spicy spot. Don't love that for the terrain. Ooh. Hat shot killing the Tap V, it looks like. A few more tickets. It's 40 to 114. Again, huge props to RGF for making the push into Mosque, grabbing this, and trying to get reestablished on this point to make it a little bit tighter of a game. Otherwise, it was looking a little sketchy there for a bit. I don't think they have any sort of foothold here that they can make a great push into a commercial district, but they need to grab another vehicle or two to help balance this out.
We need a couple guys in the tower to come down and get rid of the hab I placed and place a different one. Mine's fucked.
There's an LAV right close to the mosque. Approximate mark Cal behind you.
Uh-oh. BTR 82 squaring off against the LAV. BTR is going to lose that fight.
And turret is on 11 POI.
BTRs, you got an extra BTR on the BTR 80, but you got to work them together. You can't be taking these like face fights with the LAV 6s. It's just not going to benefit the 82. You got to use speed, get around behind the LAV. Oh, Leopard is tracked. I don't know if they know it's tracked. Is nobody calling that out? No opportunity for an airstrike. That would be huge.
He was engine when we initially engaged him.
Did they just lose another BTR 82? Oh no, it's now 14 to 105. RGF just suffering on losses, especially with the vehicles. 17 vehicles destroyed to 9. Kills have remained close. Same with revives, within about 10 or 11 of each other. It's sad that this is not being called out. I don't know if they have an airstrike available, but that would have been huge. They've got one BTR 82 available. The BTR 80 is available. There's no real reason to bring them out right now. 13 to 103. What a slugfest on Mosque. Did that not hit? Was that a miss? Canada setting up a northern fob above Mosque, but that's going to be tough to get to. Especially with the vehicles roaming the way they are. RGF still trying to figure out how to get a hab set up at Mosque. Apparently something's going on in the tower.
Yeah, I think we had to chill on the attack habs. We siphoned a bunch of people off of defense, and they came in right at the worst time. If you want to attack, just attack off a rally, play together. It's faster. Some
Canadian Armed Forces still trickling in. No sizable pressure for RGF on Commercial District. They're down to 9 tickets. It's at least sub 100 on the ticket differential. Armor disparity just really hurting RGF right now. I think the matches have been really solid. We've seen some surprises. A little bit of a ride on a couple of them. Ups and downs, plenty of them. $7 to 96. So we were about a 90 ticket difference. It was a pretty sizable split early. But it does look like the Canadian Forces will take this one. Artillery is now marked to come down on Mosque. I don't know if the hab is somewhat exposed or they just want to see if they can get the radio. Oh, that might be why they're stuck, because the vehicle blew up outside the door. And that is it. 96 to 0. 96 to 0 in favor of the Canadian Armed Forces. It's a less than 100 ticket win for Canada. DS still with at least 3 or 4 squads worth of guys. Timeline, again, it was tight. Vehicle losses started to mount. You could see the cap differential, especially when they got when Canada got Mosque. RGF recovering a lot of that gap here. I mean, it was 30 tickets to what? Somewhere around 170. And they were able to close it to 136 to 69. 140 tickets and vehicle losses to 80. Almost double the ticket loss in that regard. Fobs lost 1 for RGF, 1 for Canada. That kind of balances out. Guys, that is going to end the broadcast, the stream for tonight. I appreciate all the love, all the vibes. Thank you so much for taking part in the event. I'm going to try to recover what voice I can and rest a little bit. Really appreciate everybody coming out, being a part of the broadcast as well.